2K Sports presents the NBA. Hi, everyone. Kevin Harlan with me tonight. Stan Van Gundy and Greg Anthony. And Allie LaForce is reporting on the sidelines. Now a look at Philadelphia's starting lineup. Maxey out there with Paul George. Then there's Oubre. Then it's Joel Embiid. And it's Edgecombe in at the 3 slot. Stan, we expect to see a lot of action inside tonight. Both of these teams have powerhouse front courts.
Yeah, Kevin, it could get very, very physical down low. You're right about that. It is size versus size. They're going to be fighting for position, fighting for every rebound, Kevin. It's kind of like an old school energy to this matchup.
Now, here is George. 4 on the shot clock. To the left wing, here's Nurkic. The three-pointer is right on target.
Nurkic doesn't take a lot of bad shots, so when he decides to pull up off the dribble, you know he's feeling it.
Maxey with it. He's guarded by Williams. And slam dunk by Maxey.
Hey, dunks aren't always for the big fellas.
A serious power move from the point.
Well, in this league, you can see powerful plays from anyone and anywhere. Your position no longer dictates your scoring options.
Now, here's Oubre, and the jam by Oubre.
And the leaping ability of Oubre Jr. When he gets inside, this guy's determined to finish.
Here's George. That one's in, his first shot this game.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Once he gets in deep on the defense, there is no way he's missing a layup like that.
Here's Edgecombe. Here's Embiid, and Embiid throws it down.
And you do not want to be on the receiving end of that. Embiid throwing it down with some funk.
The Jazz have gone 2 of 3 here to start out the game. And you think about the style of Sixers head coach Nick Nurse. Greg, what stands out to you?
He just has a willingness to experiment and adapt. That's a real asset with some of the challenges this roster has faced.
And yep, we thought we might see it. And the coach's challenge has been triggered.
After the review, the ruling on the floor is overturned.
Let's get a review in closer detail what constituted the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replays, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving at, and how fast the action really is, and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review. Excellent assist there. Just led him to the perfect spot.
And George, here we go, to the right side. And the ball travels out of bounds. It was last touched by George. Let's check in now with our Allie LaForce, who's got a story for us. Allie?
Will Hardy gave me a few minutes to catch up with him. I asked him when he told his guys before going up against Joel Embiid, and he said, quote, "I told them to get into him. Always get a hand up and do your best to guard without fouling. Embiid excels at baiting defenders, but we can't afford to give him free points at the line." Guys, back to you.
Thank you once again, Allie.
I love seeing George be so assertive down low. Certainly doesn't lack confidence. An accomplished scorer.
Jackson dishes to George. George with the steal. No one near Maxey as he lets it fly. And that one off the back of the rim and in.
And one of the many ways Maxey could hurt you with his shooting, lightning fast on that release.
There's Williams, and it's slammed in by Williams.
And no doubt they'd love to see him get a lot more of those opportunities.
And that deficit will go away quickly if he does, Greg. Here's Embiid, and the 76ers tack on 2 more.
And this is the beauty of Embiid's game. He has a shot from anywhere on the floor.
And Nurkic gets it to go.
Yeah, another nice bucket down low. They've really been able to work the ball into the post effectively here so far.
Here's Maxey. Pass to Edgecombe. Puts up a deep three. And the rebound by Nurkic.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
And George kicks to Nurkic. And here's Jackson. Banked in off the glass.
Well, we know he can space the floor, but Jackson is still at his best in the paint.
Now 8 seconds separate. Oh, my goodness! What a play!
And putting his explosive athleticism on full display there. George is capable of some highlight reel dunks.
And Jackson gets it to go.
Easy shot for him. They'll take that every time up the floor.
To the paint. And Embiid throws it down.
He just powered that one down.
One of the game's top dunkers. Jackson, a screen on George. To the wing on the left. Now Bailey. Over Maxey. And he was able to put it up in time, but doesn't fall. Oh, we've seen some great shots in the first quarter. No. And if you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter in this one. And guys, what's your take so far on Philadelphia?
Hey, why take jump shots when you can get your points at the rim?
Yeah, they've made a point to get inside on this defense, and it's been working like a charm early on.
So on the floor for Philadelphia, Embiid is out there with Kelly Oubre. Then there's Edgecombe. Then there's Maxey. And it's George in at the 2. And the dunk by Embiid.
Clearly, he's one of the best there is in the business when it comes to making that lead pass.
Here's Collier. Good for the basket. Starting off 1 for 1 with that shot.
I mean, the number of points they've scored in the paint already here is eye-opening.
Maxey passes to Oubre. Back to Maxey. Clock at 6. And George kicks to Maxey. And they turn over the 24-second buzzer, signaling the shot clock violation. Jazz trail by 4. Outside, George. Driving in. The layup off target. And it's the 76ers with the ball. Here's Maxey. And again, it's Philadelphia.
Oh, nice shot by Maxey. He is definitely a 3-level guy.
Here's Collier. He's covered by Maxey. And it's Collier missing.
And we talk about the importance of protecting the rim. Right there, outstanding defense.
Those are chances almost always you can rely on him to get you 2 points, but the D, just enough to keep him out of rhythm.
Stan, you and, well, your whole family, masters of defensive coaching. So with that in mind, what makes a great defender?
Wow, that is a great question, Kevin, and a complicated one in a lot of ways. Number one, length and athletic ability really help you. Guys who can move their feet and have great length can cover up a lot of mistakes. But then there's the fundamentals and your ability to move your feet and great focus and determination.
Here's George. Oh, and he misses the dunk.
Yeah, he might want to avoid looking over at the bench for a little bit here. A missed dunk like that is infuriating to a coach. Yeah, I'd call this ideal scoring distance. It's almost too easy.
Right side, George. Embiid throws it down.
Domination, plain and simple. Embiid isn't holding back and is giving the defense all he's got.
And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. He's ready to talk things through with them. And the Jazz making a change here. Kessler's checked in. Jazz trail by 4. Outside, George. Kessler setting the pick for George. Inside. And Kessler throws it down.
Inexcusable defense. You can't let Kessler get established inside like this.
So stand here, we have one of the bright young centers in the NBA, Walker Kessler.
Look, start with this with Walker Kessler, Kevin. A great rim protector. You're just not going to get layups with Walker Kessler on the floor. Then he's an outstanding offensive rebounder, and he's got great hands, which makes him very effective as a roll man in the pick and roll.
And George, here we go. Kessler passes to Williams. Back to Kessler. And Kessler throws it down.
Oh, just solid on the one-handed slam.
And guys, when it's a tight ball game like this, he's the guy they want with the ball. Embiid with a screen on Jackson. A minute 20 left in the first half of basketball. Embiid. Rebound, Utah. Here's George, and George with the stuff.
Aggressive slash from the young guard. George fears no one when attacking the basket.
Stolen by Kessler. Outside Williams. And it's Williams with the jam.
That's a stomach punch, guys. Turn it over and give him a free run to the bucket.
Oh, you're so right. No question who has the momentum now.
A sequence like that really does sting. I'll tell you that much.
Pass to George. Going inside, here's Kessler. That falls. Nice feed that time from George. George has got 6 assists now in the game. It's George on the wing. He's guarded by Williams. Now here's Embiid. Back to George. Embiid sets the pick for George. Williams against Embiid. Fades back. In it goes for the 8th time in 10 tries.
And boy, did they get bailed out on that possession. Embiid able to just make something out of nothing.
Kessler, a screen on George. The 19-foot shot, and Utah again with the bucket.
That's a high percentage look when the D doesn't fight over the screen.
Yeah, it's certainly worth it to disrupt the offense. Coaches notice that extra effort.
And some good action through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. It's the Jazz up by 2. And join us right back here after the break for the start of the second half. Find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during the half. Joel Embiid has been sensational.
In those first 2 quarters, he was pretty much an automatic bucket getter if he got it down low on the block.
Reminds me of the good old days. Feed it to the big and let him work.
Jaren Jackson is out there with Williams. Then it's Collier. Then there's Walker Kessler. And it's George in at the point guard. And that's the group for Will Hardy as they begin the second half. Good D by Embiid. 76ers shooting the lights out in this one, 77%. George finds Maxey. Over in the corner, Edgecombe. George with the steal. They push it up 4-on-3. Rebound by Joel Embiid. Now the 76ers with it. Fires away from outside. It doesn't go for him.
And he's a good shooter from outside, but not sure from that deep.
Yeah, it seems like everybody's jacking him up from way out there these days. You want guys to stay within themselves.
Williams scanning the floor. And a missed layup. George against George. And George, here we go. And it's George finishing it off.
And the speed of George on the drive, amazing at attacking the rim.
Pass to Kessler. Here's Collier. There's the drive. And that one drops. Collier's got it all tied up now for the Jazz.
Well, the screen is what gave him space to make his move.
Here's Edgecombe. And he converts the layup. Edgecombe's got his first points of the game.
So fast and powerful. Edgecombe's drive, so explosive.
Kessler, a screen on Maxey. Here's George. That one is good again. He's 6 for 8 from the floor with the basket.
And guys, the D has to show a little more fight on the interior than they did on that trip.
George double teamed. Pass to Oubre. Takes the 3. Kessler with the rebound. And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. He's going to make some adjustments to the game plan. Jazz have gone 2 of 6 from the field here in the third. Outside Jackson. Back to George. Jackson, a screen on Maxey. Here's George. Williams finds George, and they'll turn it over. Could not get off a shot. 24-second violation. Three minutes gone now in the third quarter. Screen by Oubre. It's good. Nice touch there from Maxey. Maxey's got 13.
And in that pick and roll action, you have to stop the ball first. Maxey too good with the rock in his hands.
In the corner, it's Kessler. Jackson passes to Kessler. That one misses. Good D by Embiid.
Probably the last guy you want to foul out there. Maxey almost automatic at the strike.
He is 3 for 3 from the free throw line.
And worth mentioning, guys, the free throw percentage he brought in from last season, how about 88%?
I'm sure they don't want to send him to the line. That has to be in their scouting report.
In the third quarter with just over 3.5 minutes off the clock. And so it's going to be a 3-second violation out there on the defense. The Jazz shooting their first foul shot of the game. And so he hits the technical free throw.
And during his rookie year, Keontae George started about half of his games, running the point most of the time. That experience will pay off for him.
Driving to the basket. 5 to shoot. It's deflected. Oubre with the steal. From deep, Maxey. Rebounded by Jackson. Jazz trail by 3. And here's George for 3. Count that as his 7th field goal in 9 tries. He's shooting 78%.
And developing that 3-ball shot, George is putting in the work now.
Oubre sets the screen for Maxey. There's 42 seconds left to play here in the third.
And some hang time on the rim. Puts a little cherry on the top of that slam.
Well, those kind of displays of strength can get one team rolling. Kessler passes to Collier. Back to Kessler. And it's Joel Embiid with the rebound. Embiid's got 6 rebounds in the game. Oubre, good. Now it's a 4-point 76ers lead.
Playing with high energy, outworking the defense up the floor.
Yeah, the commitment to run is paying great dividends on the break.
Oh, fantastic dunk. And he hangs around up there just for a little camera time.
Yeah, maybe he didn't want to land awkwardly. Who knows? But there he is, and we see it very clearly.
Fundamentals, guys, using the one-hand slam.
Really makes the basics look pretty exceptional. No good. And that does it for the third quarter. Both teams clicking offensively as we approach the fourth quarter. 76ers lead by... And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
And how about the floor generalship right here? I mean, showing us why they're always in good hands when he's the man in charge.
Well, he really just helps tie this team together. They know they can count on him to set them up.
3/10 quarters behind us. One more to go. Thanks for being with us as we begin the fourth. And so in the game for the 76ers, Paul George is out there with Tyrese Maxey. Then it's Joel Embiid. Then there's Kelly Oubre. And it's Edgecombe in at the 3.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
There's no air space there whatsoever. That's as close as you can get without foul.
Well, you wonder why we're seeing so many points tonight. Just look at the D.
Not a lot of resistance, and trying to just outscore other teams, generally not the best recipe for long-term success.
And George gets it to go.
Easy to see the kind of impact George is going to have in this league. Already so productive.
Here's Maxey. And slam dunk by Maxey.
Just the kind of play they need in a game this close.
You know, that's the kind of aggression they want from their floor leader.
Well, it's always a big plus when you have a point guard that can attack the rim like that, puts so much pressure on the defense.
To the inside. It's stolen by Bailey. Goes up, and it's Williams with the jam.
Boy, you could see their confidence growing. They have reason to believe.
Yeah, they're in this one. They have some momentum on their side, and they just need to keep up the intensity.
Maxey into the lane, and slam dunk by Maxey.
Offensively, Maxey can be such a problem. He attacks you with that relentless energy.
And Will Hardy is called timeout. He's not taking any chances. It wants to huddle him up right away. And now, let's send it over to our courtside reporter, Allie LaForce.
Over that last break, I got a chance to hear what Will Hardy said to the team. He tried to loosen the tension a little, asking his guys, are we having fun? I know I am. Just relax out there and follow the game plan. We've got this.
We appreciate it, Allie. Thank you. Outside, Maxey. George with the screen on Jackson. Maxey attacking. Bucket is good. Maxey's got 6 points in the quarter.
And with how explosive Maxey is, he's not your average guard in the paint.
Jackson, a screen on Maxey. Here's Bailey. Now Williams. with the...
And wow, what a time to tie this game up, guys.
It took a while, but they've chipped away, and now it's anyone's game.
Oh, and he cannot get the layup. For Utah, they've gotten every shot they've taken so far in the fourth quarter to go in. That's 5 in a row to start the quarter. Jackson outside. Now George. Down to 5 on the shot clock to take the lead. And that one is good.
How about those points from Jackson? Big time.
The free throw drops for Jackson.
Well, they needed those. He stayed calm and got it done.
Embiid sets the pick for George. Outside Embiid. Edgecombe with it. And here's Embiid. Kessler pulls it down. And we're about 3.5 minutes into the fourth quarter. Kessler setting the pick for George. Driving the lane, rips it down with 2 hands.
Well, check out George showing up in the big moment, showing how ready he is to be that guy.
And that tacks another big point onto the league. Great and-one play, showing us now a little bit of that killer instinct.
Oubre, a screen on Williams. And it's Oubre, the drive.
And coming down the stretch here, both teams still on fire.
Yeah, in hopes that your opponent is just going to go cold. That's not going to happen, it doesn't look like in this one. This might go down to whoever has the last possession.
Jackson outside. Now Kessler. George looking over the floor. And he banks the layup in.
And nice touch inside. George can finish from all 3 levels.
George sets a screen for Edgecombe. Big time jam. He was ready to receive and deliver.
And there was a time when folks said George wasn't a clutch shooter. Remember? Not anymore, people.
George fires. Embiid there for the rebound.
Well, if you have the space, you have to take that shot. He missed it, but he's trying to keep the defense honest.
That is world class.
Yeah, and I can say from experience, his coach just breathed a huge sigh of relief.
5 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. And Williams, here we go. Ferocious finish. Oh, he rocked the rim.
Well, credit them for maintaining that aggression, even being up this much.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, just protect the ball, make smart decisions, don't give them a chance to get back in the game.
And so it's Utah who scraped by with a win. They didn't make it easy on themselves or their fans, but in the end, everyone's satisfied.
I mean, there were some times that momentum shifted, and
Conference rivalry here tonight, Doris.
Here we go.
Bragging rights on the line.
BA, for you and I, there's nothing better than when there's a little distaste between the two teams. You can feel the tension in the crowd right now.
So let's take a look at the starters for the Philadelphia 76ers. Kelly Oubre out there with Edgecombe. Then it's Maxey, then there's George, and it's Embiid in at the 5 spot.
You see the athleticism and the length. Oubre able to get his shot off inside. That's a high percentage look for that young man.
Brunson passes to Towns, and it's powered home by Towns.
How about the big guy attacking the rim? The throwdowns are loud and emphatic.
Pass to Oubre. Now Embiid. And off the front iron, and in it goes.
Yeah, getting aggressive in the paint. Look at Joel putting his size to work.
And Tyrese Maxey gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul. About a minute into this first quarter, Brunson finds Towns. Brunson against Maxey. Now here's Brunson. Lays it up and banks it in.
That's toughness. That's ability to absorb contact and finish. That is Jalen Brunson in a nutshell.
And for the Sixers, the growth of Tyrese Maxey has meant everything, Grant.
Oh my, his growth both with his play, but also with his leadership has meant a lot. And he has such a joyful energy that really helps pull this team together. Defensively, you can't afford to get stuck on the pick.
You know exactly what that takes. It takes energy, it takes activity, it takes intensity.
Now here's Brunson. Kicks it out Towns. From downtown. Yes. And a nice assist from Brunson. Towns has got 5.
The defense must chase Karl Anthony Towns off that three-point line. This guy is such a great jump shooter.
Pulls it in from the elbow. The Knicks with the rebound.
Well, that's surprising. This guy is a good mid-range shooter, just can't get it to go.
To the middle. Oh, misses the dunk. The 76ers have gone 3 of 4. Off to a nice start. And that one's good.
Yeah, you want to get him going as soon as possible. Great way for him to start this game.
He's a guy who, if he gets hot, he can carry your offense for long stretches.
Now here's Brunson. Back to Towns. Ooh, he took a hard foul on the shot. And they're not happy with the call here. Coach has given the signal. He's going to use his challenge. Probably a good idea in such a close contest.
The ruling on the floor stands.
It was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And he drops the first.
What's striking about Karl Anthony Towns is resiliency. He'll bounce back from challenges. He's got a very impressive positive attitude. So critical that your big men be able to shoot free throws at a high rate.
Here's Edgecombe. Oubre, a screen on Brunson. Pass to Embiid. And it's Brunson with the rebound. And here's New York now. Here's Towns. Lets the 3 fly. Basket is good. Off the assist from Brunson. Brunson's got 3 assists now in this one.
Boy, the go-to scorer that Karl Anthony Towns is. Yes, he can shoot the 3, folks. You better check him.
Oubre. Karl Anthony Towns comes up with a rebound. Knicks leading by 3. Outside Brunson. Here's Towns. And it's powered home by Towns.
The problem is the defense has now allowed Karl Anthony Towns to establish the rhythm. Now you've got to double him or get it out of his hands because he's cooking right now.
And Embiid with the power jam.
Woo, that was big time. I mean, a dunk contest finish from Embiid. This guy can fly.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
Thank you, guys. Well, this Knicks team has grit. Jalen Brunson said, quote, no matter what the situation is, we are going to attack it. No matter who's in front of us, we are going to grind. Guys, back to you.
No quit. All right, Allie, thanks a lot. Here's Edgecombe. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. Inside. And there's Oubre. That one's good on the assist from Edgecombe.
No, it's hard to contain Edgecombe. And that opens things up in the pick and roll.
Brunson misses.
Just enough of a shot contest to bother him.
Driving to the basket, and he makes no mistake. Slam dunk.
Wow, V.J. Edgecombe. I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot of these highlight reel plays over his career.
Brunson looks it over. New York again can't hit. The Sixers leading. Outside Oubre. Pass to George. And the jam by George.
Oh, Paul George, let him hear you with that finish. That is nicely done.
Maxey against Brunson. 19 seconds left in the first. Kicks it out to Anunoby. 5 on the clock. Back to Brunson. To halt the run. Yep, count it. Brunson's gotten his second bucket of the game.
And this early scoring is as much about the lackluster defense as it is about either team's offense.
It could go. And so both teams trading buckets as we end the first quarter. Philadelphia. Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after this first quarter of play. And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for the 76ers.
Well, you got to be impressed with how selfless they've been so far. Their passing has been simply outstanding.
I think the other thing they've done a great job of is making their presence felt inside, converting tons of paint opportunities.
Inside, it'll be the dynamic pair of Anunoby and Cat. Jalen Brunson is out there with Miles McBride, and it's Bridges in at small forward. That's the group for New York starting the second.
Trading the lead back and forth, neither side is willing to back down.
And right now you love the chess match, right? The ability of each side to adjust to what the other is doing.
Outside Anunoby. Boy, that foul looked intentional. Not exactly what you'd expect here.
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't make sense given the situation. I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
And here's Brunson from the arc. And Grant, in recent years, we've seen the pace of the NBA game increasing.
Yeah, it stagnated in the 90s, but it is back. We're still not at the frenetic pace of the 1960s when we'd see over 120 possessions a game, but the efficiency is at an all-time high.
Now here's Towns. 12 points for him.
You call that moving with intent and purpose. The big-time finish by Karl Anthony.
On the take. Oh, okay then.
B.A., I'm not sure he should be flaunting around the rim like that with this game so close.
Oh, it's risky, but it sure did look good. And it's Brunson missing.
He's got a great defensive mind. He gets good position and affects the release.
And he did it without fouling, and that's become an art, changing shots without making contact.
Towns a screen on Maxey. And here's Brunson from the arc. Fires in the triple. Brunson's got 9.
It's gotten to the point where you have to chase Jalen Brunson off the perimeter. This guy will really hurt you from deep.
Embiid from outside. It's rebounded by McBride. And he ends that fast break chance. An intentional foul. That's a textbook example of the transition take foul rule. New York shooting their third free throw shot of the game.
Timeout.
And so Mike Brown decides to call a timeout. I think right now he might be looking at some adjustments. You have to like what we're seeing from Karl Anthony Towns.
Boy, he's really had their number. They need to make some kind of adjustment during this timeout.
New York has gone 1 for 3 from downtown here in the second. Brunson against Maxey. Here's Towns. And it's powered home by Towns. These teams have really gone back and forth.
Yeah, 5 lead changes already. This one's going to be a battle for sure.
And so it looks like it'll be Philadelphia ball.
He clipped the ball there, but not enough to nab the steal.
But a really good read on his part, being disruptive at the defensive end right now.
Now here's Maxey. He's got 5. Pass to Embiid. Oh, and a dunk by Embiid.
Yeah, Embiid can throw it down from anywhere. So much power for the big fella.
Down low. Here's Towns. Towns drops the hammer.
Both teams trying to impose their will right now.
Yeah, and the slams just keep getting better and better. He shoots it. That's good from Embiid on the assist by Maxey. Maxey's got his 4th assist in this one. To the paint. Here's Towns. And it's Towns with the power finish.
Yeah, just catching your teammate in stride right there. That makes the game easy.
Maxey passes to Embiid. And stolen by Bridges. And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Thanks, BA. Teammate Josh Hart may call Jalen Brunson the king of New York. But Brunson says, I would never consider myself a face of the franchise, but I'm a leader of this team. That's what I want to do, and I am grateful for the opportunity. I don't take this for granted. Brian, back to you.
Staying humble. Allie, thanks very much for the report. Oh, book it! Embiid, a triple.
This is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
Well, that three-point shot just gives you so much room to operate on the offensive end.
They get it back. Kicks it out to Anunoby. Towns, a screen on Maxey. Here's Brunson outside. Ooh, Brunson, the sweet lefty stroke.
Such an intelligent basketball play by Jalen Brunson. This guy understands how to get himself going in pick and roll action.
Up top, Embiid. And Jalen Brunson gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul. Oubre, a screen on Brunson. Here's Edgecombe. He takes it in. And the powerful one-handed slam.
Yeah, whenever Edgecombe sees a lane, he's gonna take advantage.
Here's Brunson outside. Kept alive. And it's powered home by Towns.
And I just love how he's making the effort plays that everyone around him appreciates.
It is certainly making an impact tonight.
No doubt. On the scoreboard, in the body language of the players, you can tell which team is in complete command.
Without missing a beat, Embiid gets the shot up. And that's the work of an assertive offensive player.
Towns, a screen on Maxey. Kicks it out, Towns. Fires for 3. Basket is good. Off the assist from Brunson. Brunson's got 9 assists in the game. Great passing. Here's Edgecombe. He has 6. Now Embiid. George for 3. And the 76ers another 3.
Oh, nice bucket. This guy's so mindful about the way he attacks.
Got it off in time. And no good. Trying to get that one to fall. It's been all about Karl Anthony Towns for New York. His fingerprints were all over that quarter. 13 points, leading the charge. And more NBA action on 2K Sports coming your way right after this. The last possession. You know, Karl Anthony Towns has been exceptional here, guys.
Well, if he's hit threes like he did in the first half, he's going to have a monster night.
What I love is they've continued to feed this guy, ride the hot hand until the defense does something about it.
Second half underway. Here's who Nick Nurse has got on the floor. We've got Kelly Oubre, Paul George out there with Maxey. Then there's Edgecombe, and it's Embiid in at the 5, roaming the paint. Here's Oubre, and he makes it on the layup. Oubre's got 6.
Well, guys, that's what you want to see. Oubre reading and reacting to the defense. Such a critical part of pick and roll play.
Towns a screen on Maxey. Brunson on the drive. Towns for 3. Rebound by Philadelphia. Outside Maxey. Pass to Embiid. For the tie. Embiid, too easy.
Flat out dominant. Joel Embiid having his way tonight.
Towns a screen on Maxey. Brunson passes to Towns. And here's McBride. Back to Towns. Shoots over Embiid. The shot by Towns, no good.
Well, you got to miss sometimes, but that one seemed like a gimme.
Here's Edgecombe. And a strong finish with 2 hands.
Man, I like seeing Edgecombe rise up like this. Plays like this prove he belongs in this league.
Towns.
Oh, wow! Incredible!
How about the creativity, the athleticism? That's a rare combination for a guy his size. Go to work, Cat.
Here's Edgecombe. Ooh, he's locked in. Drains his 5th shot in as many attempts.
Keeping pace here. That's an excellent move inside.
Anunoby a screen on Maxey. Anunoby on the wing. Pass to Bridges. Embiid against Towns. Back to Bridges. 6 to shoot. New York needs to get off a shot here. And there's contact and a whistle. So he's got 2 shots coming up.
Well, beautifully done by Towns, using the up fake to bait the defender.
New York shooting their 4th and 5th attempts at the free throw line tonight. And so Towns nails them both.
This is definitely not the guy to foul. He loves getting to the free throw line.
Pass to Embiid. Not quite 2.5 minutes played here in the second half. From the arc. And the 3-pointer goes. Embiid's got 24.
And we know Embiid has this kind of touch from deep. Nice triple.
Now here's Anunoby. Back to Towns. Bridges outside to the inside. Towns a screen on George. McBride. And it's good. Off the back rim and in. McBride's got 5 points.
Boy, you have to like the vision from Karl Anthony Towns. He's got the kind of size necessary to see over the defense.
The 3 from Edgecombe. Another 3 for Philadelphia.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
You know, we see this all the time. You're basically, as a defender, hoping the man misses rather than putting in the work to get over screens.
And so Mike Brown decides to call a timeout. He might have seen something and needs to review with his guys. Knicks trail by 4. Towns taking his time here to the left side wing. Towns a screen on Maxey. Towns left side. Yes, and a nice assist from Brunson. And that's now 33 points for Karl Anthony Towns. The 76ers have gotten all 6 of their shots to fall. Talk about a perfect start to the half. Pass to Edgecombe. A minute 20 left in the third quarter. Now here's Oubre. Brunson defending. 3-pointer Embiid. And Philadelphia hits again from deep.
And this is how he shines. He's a big part of their floor spacing.
And right now, Greg, he is doing a great job delivering for this team. Productive and efficient.
The Sixers lead by 5. George for three. And it's New York with a rebound. Towns has got his 5th rebound in this one. And so it's Brunson with it. He brings it up for the New York Knicks. Anunoby a screen on Maxey. Here's Brunson. Cash money from 16 feet away. Brunson's got 15 points.
I think in today's NBA, you've got to be a 3-level scorer. The midi is good for Jalen Brunson.
And he drives in. Boom! He jams it straight down.
And this kind of sick slam is just one of the reasons this team is in charge of this game right now, B.A.
You know, there's an edge the way they play and a confidence they're not afraid to show. Now here's Brunson. He's got 15. Takes a three. It's hauled in by Oubre. Here's Edgecombe. Pass to George. Takes one from 10 feet. Joel Embiid. He's feeling it tonight and has been the driving force for the... And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'll tell you what, this was a no-brainer tonight. Take a look at the precision on this feed. Couldn't place it any better.
And when you're the beneficiary of a pass that good, you better deliver, and he did just that.
3 tense quarters behind us. One more to go. Thanks for being with us as we get ready for the 4th. Anunoby plays the 4, and Cat is the center. Jalen Brunson is out there with Miles McBride, and it's Bridges in at the 3, the small forward. So that's who's on the floor for the Knicks.
Karl Anthony Towns, such a great jump shooter, doesn't take him any time to get set up.
Oubre a screen on Brunson. Pass to Embiid. Here's Edgecombe. Brunson defending. Here's Edgecombe. George in the post. Anunoby covering. And George with the basket on the assist by Embiid.
Yeah, very efficient. Paul George is a finisher in the painted area.
Towns a screen on Maxey. Here's Brunson. Sneaking inside. It's Brunson.
This is when your interior D has to be on high alert.
Philadelphia leading by 4. Here's Edgecombe. Oh! And there's the slam dunk to finish it off.
And Edgecombe is on fire right now. If his teammates are smart, they'll keep feeding him.
Now here's Brunson.
His hang time on the rim puts a sweet cherry on top, B.A.
It's a close game, and those displays of explosiveness can jumpstart a team. Pass to Embiid. There's the 3. Philadelphia moving it around. Brunson with it. Guarded now by Maxey. It's stolen by Maxey. And we're about 2 minutes into the 4th here. And here's Embiid. Covered by Towns. Yep, that one's good. 29 points for Joel Embiid.
Yeah, this is what sets Embiid apart from other bigs. That mid-range game is on point.
Brunson against Oubre. Here's Anunoby. Towns.
I love when Karl Anthony Towns is aggressive to score and willing to embrace the contact.
And let's get your take, guys, on the scoring breakdown for Philadelphia.
Well, they've had no problem getting into the heart of this defense with the dribble, and they've made the most of their chances there as well.
Well, I also noticed, guys, how much they move the ball in this one. Selfless, willing to pass the ball to a teammate with a better look.
Maxey feeling it out a bit. Screen by Embiid. Shoots a 3. Towns rips down the board.
I'll tell you, that's one he typically will make. The defense gets away with one.
Oubre with a rebound. Philadelphia leading by 4. Oh, nice setup for the slam.
You can feel the temperature rising in this arena. Both teams pouring it on offensively.
There's been a bit of a flurry here late, and this game may come down to which side gets a stop or 2.
Now here's Bridges. Another shot outside Anunoby. 5 to shoot. Brunson. George is there for the rebound.
Boy, just tremendous effort on defense. That's a clear message from him. Look out below! A spectacular finish by Oubre. He's got that airtime to get creative.
Brunson. The three is off. The 76ers shooting a legendary 79%. Their offense is just on a tear. Knicks trail by 8. Towns is screen on Maxey. Brunson. Yes, sir, with the three.
You want the ball to find its way into Brunson's hands in these big-time moments. He relishes the opportunity.
Here's Edgecombe. Here's Embiid. Now Oubre. Oh, Embiid with the slam.
Boy, his scoring has been a huge part of their success here. But this is not new, right? We come to expect this every night.
Brunson misses the three.
I mean, I guess you can appreciate the confidence, but his three-point shooting has been brutal this half.
Stepping up and nailing an important shot to put this away.
Yeah, playing with great energy and great effort. And as a coach, you'd love to see this from your team every single night.
Beyond the arc. Cleared away by Embiid. 3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. And that's a foul called on OG Anunoby. That's his first foul of the game. Bridges against Maxey. Six on the shot clock. From long range. Anunoby there for the rebound. So it's Philadelphia picking up the win. Except. All right, Allie, good stuff there. Thanks for that. And that's going to do it tonight.
NBA, a Latin theme is the backdrop to tonight's festivities. I'm Kevin Harlan alongside Greg Anthony and Clark Kellogg. And we'll hear from Allie LaForce in just a moment. The starters for the Utah Jazz. Jaren Jackson is out there with Williams. Then it's Keontae George. Then there's Bailey. And it's Nurkic in at the center. So the Utah Jazz able to put the first points up on the board. And it's Towns missing.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
And guys, that's exactly the kind of high-impact defense they want to see out of him.
Now here's Williams. Uses the glass to finish the layup. On paper, this game looks one-sided, GA, but you never know in the NBA, do you? As they say, anything can happen.
Yeah, that means just so much talent in the league. If one or two guys get hot, this could end up being an upset. The difference between good teams and bad is razor thin.
We're now joined by our sideline reporter, Allie LaForce. Allie, it's all yours.
Earlier, I spoke with Mike Brown. He's focused on Jaren Jackson Jr. tonight, always a big problem for opponents. Coach told me Triple J does the two things we all want: hit threes and block shots. He's won a Defensive Player of the Year, so we're talking about one of the toughest guys to game plan for because he's really good at both ends. Back to you guys.
All right, Allie, thanks. Towns sets the pick for Brunson. Anunoby outside. Bridges outside. Just 4 to shoot. New York needs to get off a shot.
Showing determination inside. Towns absorbs the contact and gets the whistle.
First trip to the free throw line for him in this one. The free throw drops for Towns. And Towns drops them both.
When your big man can knock down free throws, that's a bonus for sure.
Down low. The first quarter of action, 2 minutes in. Screen by Nurkic. Puts up a three. Good for the basket. Starting off 1 for 1 with that shot.
Nurkic doesn't take a lot of bad shots, so when he decides to pull up off the dribble, you know he's feeling it.
Now here's Brunson. 18 feet away, and he knocks it down.
And hitting the mid-range jumper here early gives the defense just another thing to think about.
Well, they better be thinking about him. I mean, we know how dangerous he is.
Bailey with the ball, defended by McBride. And the basket by Bailey.
And Bailey isn't bashful at attacking the basket, using those long strides to his advantage.
To the middle. And the dunk by Towns.
Yeah, I love the communication and the chemistry between those teammates.
George against Bridges. Jackson setting the pick here for George. And it's George finishing it off.
Yeah, I mean, maybe could have tried for a more memorable dunk than that one.
And we know he's capable of those memorable ones.
Hey, they've got a nice, comfortable lead here, fellas. Might as well keep it simple. Do it a plain, simple one-hander, just like pound cake.
You know, great feed there by Jalen Brunson, a terrific facilitator.
Took him no time at all on that one.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
Down low and out of bounds as Utah gains possession.
And that's just carelessness there. I mean, you have got to have your head in the game.
1:30 left to play in the first. And George kicks to Nurkic. Lets it go from deep. And there's George. That's good on the assist by Nurkic. George has got 9.
And developing that three-ball shot, George is putting in the work now.
Up top, Anunoby. Now, Brunson. And here is Bridges. McBride with the ball. And the Knicks getting another bucket right there.
The mid-range jumper is a high percentage shot for him, and when he's got that much room, forget about it.
And finished off by Nurkic.
And you can't allow Nurkic to get that kind of position. When you do, he is going to rattle that rim.
To the paint. Here's Anunoby. Pass to Towns. Some nice passing by New York here. Fires at the elbow. Rebound by Nurkic.
Very dangerous to leave a guy like that open. Lucky break there for the D.
6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. And Jackson throws it down.
Yeah, they have gone full throttle from the opening tip, showing no signs of letting up.
And, you know, when you've got a chance to put a team away early, you got to take it.
Anunoby is screen on George. Back to Anunoby. And Anunoby slams it in.
And no doubt they'd love to see him get a lot more of those opportunities.
And that deficit will go away quickly if he does, Greg.
Well, I like the way he capped off that drive. The one-hand hole punch.
And so it's Utah. Welcome back, everyone, to the second quarter of play here on Noche Latina. Volanos. And a moment to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for the Jazz.
I really like how they're knifing inside with confidence, exploiting any openings they see in the defense, taking advantage.
And I also like how they've trusted one another with the rock, creating shots by keeping the ball moving.
On the floor for Utah, getting going here in the second quarter. Bailey out there with George. Then there's Yusuf Nurkic. And there's Jackson. And it's Williams at the 3 slot. It's time to send it over now to our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Hey, Kevin. Karl Anthony Towns is now familiar with the ethos of this Knicks team. He said they're gritty, they find a way to win, they never quit, bringing that New York mentality every single night. It's something that you recognize when you get to live in that kind of a culture. Back to you, Kev.
They are relentless. All right, Allie, we appreciate the report. Pass to McBride. To the inside, Towns. And Towns throws it down.
Virtually no way to stop Towns. He's extremely dangerous that close to the bucket.
And George, here we go. Here's Bailey, defended by McBride. Nurkic, the pass to Bailey. Back to Nurkic, and finished off by Nurkic.
The D just kind of stepping aside and letting him get to the rim.
There's a reason, GA, the lead is what it is right now.
You know, you look at it, the communication is lacking, as is the trust. They can ill afford those types of breakdowns. It won't work. You can't win with those kind of breakdowns.
The 3 from George. It's good. Now he's shooting 6 for 7.
Pick works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
Yeah, that's not the defense you need. You've got to be tougher defensively.
Towns finds Brunson. Back to Towns. Fires it up. A shot's good on the assist by Brunson. Brunson's got 4 assists in the game.
With his size and touch, there are very few that can match Karl Anthony Towns' skill set, making him an impossible matchup most times.
And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. Looking for a breather and maybe adjusting a thing or two. And Clark, I've got to say, you might have been one of the first true combo forwards. And that's not a rarity anymore.
No, it's common. It's actually 13 to a dozen now when you talk about the versatility of forwards in this league. At sizes going north of 6'8", ability to make threes and go rack to rack. You're not boxed into any one position nowadays. It's all about being a skilled, versatile basketball player regardless of your size. And I love it for the game and for the spectators.
Bridges against George. Pass to Nurkic. Williams in the post. Towns on him. Jackson from long range. And Karl Anthony Towns pulls it down. Knicks trail by 14. Inside. Here's Anunoby. And Anunoby slams it in.
And way to finish and cut into that lead a little bit.
Yeah, but look at the basket guy still shaking.
Well, I tell you what, he loaded up as much power as he could behind that two-hander.
And George kicks to Williams. That's his second shot and his second basket. He's 2 for 2.
And guys, they continue to put a lot of pressure on the interior defenders with their work down low.
Brunson against Jackson. Brunson surveying the D. With his first shot attempt, Bridges misses. Jazz leading by 14. Here's George. Good once again. That makes him 8 for 9 this game.
And nice touch inside. George can finish from all 3 levels.
Anunoby with the screen for Brunson. Towns a screen on Jackson. Brunson the pass to Towns. This one for 3. It's good. Now he's shooting 6 for 7.
When you got a big guy like Towns that can hit from long range, I think it makes your whole team harder to defend.
And George, here we go. And George with this stuff.
And just tacks a few more points onto their lead with the tomahawk.
That's bringing it down hard.
Guys, it is symbolic of their effort here tonight.
And it's Williams with the ball for Utah. Outside, George shoots the 3. And it's good. Assisting on the play was Williams. Williams has got 3 assists now in this one.
And with the lead, I like the strategy here. Continue to get the ball to guys who can do something with it.
If it's working, keep working it. That's what I say. Keep the pressure on it.
And it's Towns missing. And so it's Utah holding a big 18-point lead to close the quarter. What a night they've had in terms of their shooting. Everything dropping in for them. We'll return shortly. Will tighten up here in the second. It's been one outstanding game from George.
He's done a fantastic job of finding open space to operate within the first few quarters.
And you know what? It helped that they had a few guys with very hot hands on the perimeter, too.
Up front, it's Anunoby at the 4 and Towns at the 5. Jalen Brunson out there with Miles McBride. And it's Bridges in at the 3. That's the group for Mike Brown as we get going here in the second half.
Not surprised at all. He's shooting it well and scoring points in bunches.
McBride's shot is off. Jazz leading by 18. Now, here's George. He's got 23. Here he goes. And he drops in the layup off the glass. George has got 25 points in the game.
Aggressive slash from the young guard. George fears no one when attacking the basket.
Brunson outside. And he's good on the 3-ball. Brunson's got 7 points.
Offensively, he's carrying his weight, doing his part. Maybe they should get the ball to him a little bit more.
Here's Nurkic. That falls. Nice feed that time from George.
And such a polished player near the basket. Nurkic feels comfortable taking those in-close shots.
Utah's gone a terrific 5 of 6 from beyond the arc in this game. The shot by Williams, no good. Knicks trail by 19. Here's Brunson. He has 7. And then Karl Anthony Towns with the jam.
Towns with the creativity and explosiveness.
George against Bridges. And George kicks to Nurkic. On the wing, Williams. Nice ball movement by Utah. George up top. Defended by Bridges. Drills the three-pointer. And that's 28 points from Keontae George.
Yep, he's their leading scorer in this game and has been the dominant figure today. No doubt about it.
Outside, Towns. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. Utah leading by 20. Back to George. Well, we're into the third quarter, just over 2.5 minutes played. Here's Williams, and the layup's good off the glass. He has 6.
Big miscommunication on defense. He recognizes it and quickly takes advantage.
Boy, the defense looks shell-shocked. I mean, they're on the ropes right now, on their heels.
Towns a screen on Jackson. And that one's good. Brunson.
Just such a well-rounded offensive player. He's got a little bit of everything.
And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. Coach is going to talk some things over with the team. Might be seeing something to adjust. Utah's gone 1 of 2 from beyond the arc since coming out of the break. Here's Williams, and it's Williams finishing it off.
I tell you, he's playing the game with pure excitement right now.
He capped off that dunk with some serious hang time on the rim.
Yeah, just couldn't contain himself, couldn't control himself there.
To the paint. Here's Towns. Great D that time from Nurkic. And now here's Nurkic. He'll bring it up for the Jazz. George looking around. Off target from outside. For New York, they've gone an even 50% from the floor here in the third quarter. 4 of 8. Outside, Williams. Jackson setting the pick here for George. It's Jackson atop the key. Towns with the steal. Bridges with it. Guarded now by Jackson. Brunson the pass to Towns. And the dunk by Towns.
Well, if you don't take care of the ball, fellas, that's what can happen.
Absolutely, Greg. That makes the turnover even more painful.
What, you mean the throwdown at the end? I'll tell you what, fellas, I mean, the highlight shows are going to pain them even more.
Brunson with a clean look. Tried to come right back with the 3 of his own, but it's no good. Pass to Nurkic. Back to George. Screen by Nurkic. To the inside. And finished off by Nurkic.
With excellent footwork, Nurkic remains effective in those pick and roll situations.
Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. From deep, Brunson. And the rebound by Nurkic. Nurkic has got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. George from deep three-point land, and the Jazz another 3. Brunson against Jackson. Towns the screen. From deep, Brunson. Brunson with another miss. And so it's the Utah Jazz in complete command. Their lead at 28 points. Now let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
And the definition of teamwork right there, guys. I mean, what great communication between them, and what a beautiful feed.
For me, next to the big-time alley-oops and monster throwdowns, passes like that are probably the next best thing when it comes to sweet-looking NBA highlights.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same from the first 3 quarters. And so in the game for the Jazz, Williams is out there with Jaren Jackson. Then there's Bailey. Then there's Yusuf Nurkic, and it's George in at the 1. Pass to Bailey. And he drives in. Jackson finds George. He's feeling it. It's rebounded by New York.
Well, I like the defense there. Right up in his grill, didn't give him a chance.
Brunson outside. Back to Towns. The three. That falls. Nice feed that time from Brunson. Brunson's got his 7th assist of the game with that last one. George against Bridges. And George kicks to Jackson. Pass to Bailey. Over McBride. The Jazz keeping it alive. A new 14. Knocks down the 3 ball. George has got a couple of 3-pointers now in the 4th for Utah.
It's been this way since halftime. Tremendous production from beyond the arc.
Boy, it's been a 3-point barrage. They came out gunning and have not stopped.
The competitive spirit of Brunson shining through. He just had to answer that last shot.
George way outside. And the Jazz another 3. New York's gone 2 for 2 from 3-point land to start the 4th quarter. Here's Brunson. Lays it up off the glass. Brunson's got 5 points now this quarter.
And defensively, if you are not on point, Brunson more than capable of finishing inside.
Utah calls timeout. Utah has gotten off to a great start from 3-point range in the final quarter. They're a perfect 3 of 3. A nice shot by George.
And really the story of this second half, one team getting the shots they want, the other not so much.
And that's why you have such a huge gap in the shooting numbers between the teams.
That is not possible. What we just, is that possible?
I think it is, Greg. Not probable, but like possible, like you said.
He's one of the few players in the NBA who can pull something like that off.
We're in the 4th quarter here, just under 2.5 minutes gone. Towns, a screen on Jackson. Pass to Towns. Bridges outside. Played in with a nice touch off the glass.
One tough customer. Bridges fighting for the basket in close.
George against Bridges. Nurkic a screen on Bridges. And here's George for 3. And another 3 for Utah.
And this is the game plan for him. He's a big part of their floor spacing.
And you know what? It's all about the long distance game for him tonight. He's getting it done from out there.
Back to Brunson. To the middle. And then Karl-Anthony Towns with the jam.
Kevin, is there another player out there capable of moves as stunning as that?
A handful at the most. He is in elite company.
Boy, I tell you, he's one of those guys, fellas, that just causes excitement simply by walking into the building.
And he is a huge presence inside at both ends. Jackson's a great asset to have in the post.
Brunson outside. Pass to Towns. 6 to shoot. Here's McBride. Over George. That one wide left.
That's exactly how you have to defend him. He's a guy that the D needs to be aware of at all times. And so it's going to end up in the record books as a blowout, a dominating performance for the Jazz.
Their hard work on the glass paid off.
I tell you what, they're both excellent rebounding teams, and it was a tough battle underneath all game. And I think ultimately that earned the W.
And what a tremendous standout performance it was.
Are you kidding me?
How did he get that? How in the world did he get that?
Man. How did that go down?
And the officials will call the illegal screen right there.
And guys, point of emphasis for the league is to really crack down on illegal screens.
Yeah, you know, he might have gotten away with that a few years ago, but not anymore. No way. Now you've got to be stationary on those screens. No extra hips or elbows, or they'll call it.
And here's Brunson. From beyond the arc and then some.
And he's got the confidence. Brunson playing out of his mind.
George from deep three-point land, and Utah another three.
What a tremendous ability to hit from so far out. That's a big-time three.
Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock. Brunson fires from way outside, and the Knicks hit again from deep.
A deep shot there by Brunson. You got to admire how confident that young man is.
Now George. And so it's Utah easily grabbing the win. This one was over well before the final buzzer. The fans were
From tip-off to the final buzzer grab, we should have a battle on our hands tonight.
Oh, yes, indeed, B.A. And, you know, in games like this, it's important to give space for your big guys to compete. The last thing you want is to overcrowd the paint and end up taking an elbow.
Here are the starters for Utah. We've got Keontae George, Walker Kessler out there with Jackson, then it's Bailey, and it's Williams in at the 3. Embiid. And you can count it. He'll go to the line with a chance at a three-point play.
We see this so often. Embiid makes a strong move, drawing contact, and completes the play.
And he'll be shooting his first free throw. George outside. Utah moving the ball around. Jackson, the pass to Kessler. Now here's George. Going inside. Count it.
Seeing the opening, George does not hesitate. I mean, just a great move.
Maxey finds George. Embiid, a screen on Williams. Here's George. Oh, drains the 19-footer.
He just makes it look so easy on offense. Like, who takes pleasure in torturing defenses? He does.
Kessler, a screen. First quarter, just over a minute played. The 3 is up. Drills it from deep.
Hey, good to get him going right away. I mean, those are the shots that really boost confidence.
It makes a difference for them if he can establish his three-point shot as a weapon.
Here's Edgecombe. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Philadelphia needs to get off a shot. Here's George. The rebound by the Jazz.
That's a decent look for him. He just couldn't convert.
George with it. Pulls it from the top of the key. Left side Williams. Up again. Here's Bailey. And he jams it home with authority.
And that's a key bucket for Bailey, showing he can make a difference on the glass.
RJ, it was a wild year in Philadelphia. They used 30 players last season.
Third most for a team in league history. They set a record for different starting lineups with over 50. Yes, 50 combinations. They're hoping for a little bit more consistency this year. A physical scoring guard, Maxey is at home on the inside.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Earlier, I spoke with Nick Nurse. Jaren Jackson Jr. was the topic, and Coach was impressed by the tape. He said, the more I watch of Jaren, the more I'm convinced he's the best defensive player in the league. He does so much for their team, and we're going to have to be hyper aware of his weak side help tonight. Coach isn't alone on that appraisal. Back to you, B.A.
Good job there, Allie. Thanks. Here's George. Philadelphia getting their last shot to go. Kessler with a bucket.
Pounding it inside early and often, setting a physical tone.
And so it's Maxey who brings up the ball for the Philadelphia 76ers. Oubre can't hit. It's stolen by Oubre. And the layup is good.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Now here's George. Joel Embiid with the board.
Despite the miss, those are the kind of looks coaches hope to create.
And here in the first quarter, a little over 3.5 minutes played. Pass to Edgecombe. Yes, and it's Embiid picking up the assist.
Yeah, we know Edgecombe has the athleticism to get through that inside resistance, but the control is also impressive.
Now here's George. Kessler a screen. George passes to Bailey. And he makes it. Bailey's got his second basket of the game.
And even if he doesn't have the wider frame some guys do, Bailey's not going to let contact keep him from finishing.
Driving in. Embiid from outside. For 3, George. And from the field after that one, 3 for 4 now.
He's consistent from out there, especially when you give him that kind of room.
George outside. Fires the 3. Sinks the tray. George has got 5 points.
And there's a nice rhythm to his three-point shot. You know, George has a confident stroke.
Here's Embiid. And then Embiid with the dunk.
And their offensive rebounding is such a strength for them when he's on the floor.
Yeah, he really helps them extend possessions, doesn't he?
Yeah, you can feel Coach smiling on the sideline with every offensive board.
Yeah, on the drive, George's...
And here comes the coach's challenge. He disagrees with the foul.
After the review, the ruling on the floor is overturned.
People were worried that this would slow the action down. But with so many close calls in every game, the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
And George launches it from deep. Oh, and the release was before the buzzer, but it's off target. And so it's the Philadelphia 76. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through one quarter of action so far. And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for the 76ers.
They've made a point to take what's given to them in the mid-range. The jumpers are falling for them so far.
And the other thing you notice is how determined they've been to get into the paint and get buckets around the rim.
So the Jazz 5 right now. Jackson out there with Williams. Then there's George. Then it's Walker Kessler. And it's Bailey in at the 2 guard. Puts the move on. Oh, and Jackson with the block.
Gotta be careful when Jackson is lurking, more than just capable of sending it back.
Back to Embiid. Embiid. Ooh, tough break there. Shot after shot. They couldn't get anything to fall. Pass to Kessler. Utah moving the ball around. Kessler a screen. Back to George. To the paint. And there's Kessler on the assist by George. George has got 3 assists tonight.
A quality pass, setting up a quality shot. It's just textbook basketball.
Here's Bailey. And just about a minute and a half has passed here in the second quarter. Pass to Williams. To the middle. Kessler, no good. Philadelphia leading by 4. And here's George. Williams defending. George, no good.
Great opportunity. Just couldn't complete the play.
And you have to feel for him. That's the kind of miss that will stick with you for a little bit.
Making sure of it with the 2-hand slam, B.A.
Yeah, I don't blame him. With the score this tight, you cannot take a chance here. Oh, and Jackson with the block. And so the ball out of bounds. Embiid touched it last. And so Will Hardy calls the timeout. A moment to rest and confer on the game plan. And one move we're seeing more frequently these days, Richard, the self-alley-oop.
T-Mac might have been the first to do it back in the 0-2 All-Star game, but now you see it a few times this season, but it is still a major highlight every time.
For Utah, they've gotten 3 of 4 field goals in the second quarter. George with the bucket.
And what kind of defense was that? You can't give up wide open threes like that. What are you doing?
And so it's Maxey with it. He brings it up for the Philadelphia 76ers. Driving inside. Count the basket.
Ooh, that is fierce. You want to see a player with no fear? That is Tyrese Maxey.
Outside, Williams. And Williams punches it home.
Trading the lead back and forth, neither side is willing to back down.
I've been on the edge of my seat courtside. Man, this has been a barn burner.
He's not going to take it easy when he gets to the bucket. George will hammer it home.
Kessler a screen. To the wing on the left. Back to George. Pass to Kessler. Embiid with a steal. Maxey on the wing. George defending. Here's the three. Utah grabs the miss. Kessler's got 4 rebounds in the game. From 20 feet. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. The Sixers leading. George, right side. Pass to Embiid. Pulls up on the wing. Again, Philadelphia.
When we talk about guys 7 feet plus, is Embiid the top shooter? I can't think of anyone that's a little bit better.
George passes to Kessler. Kessler, a screen on Maxey. Back to Kessler. The three. Rebound by Philadelphia.
That's a look he couldn't pass up. He just couldn't get it to go.
Puts it up from 17. Embiid can't hit.
And the defense was right on him there. Nice contest.
George throws it down, and the official calls a foul. It may be a three-point play. That's on Joel Embiid. Utah shooting their first free throw of the contest.
And there's no question George can fill it up. For him, it's about focusing on shooting good percentages.
George scanning the floor. Oh, George with a steal. Pass to Bailey. The finish! Rips down the breakaway slam.
Got to give him credit for jumping on the ball and making the most at the other end.
Boy, inexcusable at this point of the game. They got to be more composed in these moments.
An important 2 points, not just on the scoreboard, but also for a little bit of momentum.
And it's Utah with the ball after the Sixers picked up a basket a moment ago. Maxey against George. Outside, Williams. Pass to Kessler. Shot clock at 6. The 17-footer. Bailey's shot is off. Down low. Oh, Embiid with the flush.
And that's how you lead a team, literally.
And here's Jackson. For three, George. That basket is good. Off the assist from Jackson. George has got 16 points. One team gains momentum, then the other storms back.
Hey, if this is any indication of how the game is going to go, we're in for a treat.
And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. Utah ahead, leading by a point. And don't go away. After the break, we'll see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3. Battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during halftime. You got to like what Keontae George has done in this one.
Yeah, he's kind of been the floor general for them tonight. A lot of assists for him.
And it's a role we don't always see him in, but he's done a great job tonight getting the rest of his team involved.
George and Embiid are up front. Maxey and Edgecombe man the backcourt. And it's Oubre in at the 3, the small forward. That's the group for Nick Nurse getting going here in the second half.
It seemed like he changed his mind during the layup, tried to pull off another shot, and choked.
George's shot is good.
Just a gutsy play by George inside, finding the close-range look.
Maxey against Jackson. Kicks it to George. Here's Edgecombe. Pass to Embiid. Over Kessler. Williams grabs the board. Utah leading by 5. George in the post, and he gets it to go. He's 8 of 11 now.
And just muscling it in, George, very aggressive.
So Nick Nurse has decided to call timeout here. We might see him looking to make some tweaks to the strategy. The 76ers trail by 7. George outside. Pass to Oubre. Elbow shot on the way. And George gets it to go on the assist by Oubre. George has got 11 points.
And that's the versatility of George. He does it from long range, mid-range, and at the rim.
Kessler finds Jackson. Back to Kessler. The 3-ball. Offensive rebound. It's good on the putback. And the Jazz lead by 7.
He really gets in perfect position for the follow. Just a terrific read.
Here's George. Kessler with a rebound. Kessler's got 6 rebounds now in the game. Inside. Oubre with a steal. Here's Embiid. Kessler with a rebound. Kessler's got his 7th rebound here tonight. George against George. Kessler a screen. To the inside. And finished off by Kessler.
Yeah, it's easy to see why they go to him so often, because they know they can depend on him to come through for them.
To the paint. Here's Oubre. It's good. Set up beautifully by George. Oubre's gotten his 2nd bucket.
These are exactly the kind of shots they want to generate each and every time down the floor.
Kessler a screen on George. George, and that's good.
Good balance and shooting mechanics give George that NBA range.
George against Williams. From deep, George with a steal. And here's Bailey for 3. Rebound by Philadelphia. Outside Oubre. Philadelphia moving it around. From the stripe. Hits the front of the rim and out. Utah leading by 10. George outside. Uses the glass on the layup. George has got 25 points in the game.
And trust me, when the D's slow to react, he'll be the first guy to make them pay.
Yeah, they're going to do a much better job of putting a little bit of pressure on him on his way to the hoop.
Here's Embiid. Williams grabs the board. On offense, here's Utah. They're on a 15-4 run. George scanning the floor. Off target with the 3. 76ers trail by 12. Oubre passes to Embiid. Here he goes. Oh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So he'll get a pair at the line. That one on Kessler.
There's just so much physicality on Embiid's drive. It is no surprise he's always one of the league leaders in free throw attempts.
And so he hits both.
It's always nice to see a big fella be able to knock down some free throws and make teams pay from the line.
It's George on the wing. George defending. Basket's good. George has got 11 here in the quarter alone.
And just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
Always plays hard until the final whistle, no matter what the situation is.
Yeah, great job by George. Now, part of what makes him such a great wing is his crazy ability off the bounce.
Jackson finds Williams. 29 seconds left to play in the third quarter of basketball. Boy, this offense has been dynamic and diversified.
Just everyone sharing the ball and sharing the load makes you difficult to defend.
Heads up on the money pass by Maxey. Great vision.
Jackson with a screen on George. George drives in, and the jam by George.
And after putting it down, he dangles from the rim a little.
Man, that's borderline taunting right there, Grant. They're playing with a certain swagger right now. Here's Oubre. Oh, and he just knocked down the buzzer beater.
Great job ending.
And so it's Utah closing out this quarter with a 7-point lead. Their key to consistency has been their dominance in the paint. They've been the more physical team. All right, we'll get back to the action after this break. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
Serving it up on a platter, that is a beautiful dish. And two teammates on the same page. Woo.
And this is it. Glad to have you along for this fourth quarter. And Utah looking at who they've got to start the fourth. We've got Bailey, Jaren Jackson out there with Walker Kessler. Then there's Keontae George. And it's Williams in at the three. Here's Embiid. Yes! Embiid from in close.
Yeah, Embiid is getting everything he wants on the offensive side. He's playing some aggressive basketball right now.
And George with the jam.
And he just driving the stake in him there.
He's a guy who just never lets up.
And that finish shows you how dangerous he can be as a passer and a finisher.
Embiid from outside. Yes, and it's George picking up the assist. George has got his 6th assist of the night. George in the post. George defending. George outside. From deep. From beyond the arc, and then some. George has got 36 points.
I mean, once he crosses the timeline, you need to pick him up. He can drop it in from way back.
Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So, and they want a second opinion on that call. The signal for...
After review, the ruling on the floor stands.
Slow the action down. But with so many close calls in every game, the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Over that last break, I got a chance to hear what Will Hardy said to the team. Well, coach is thrilled with their three-point shooting, saying in the huddle, guys, let's keep it up. Continue to shoot it from deep. It's working. They've been on fire from distance so far.
All right, Allie, thanks once again. Kessler, a screen on George. George passes to Bailey. There's the drive, and that one is stuffed right. Through.
You're putting the ball on the floor, a good idea from Bailey.
76ers trail by 7. And looks like an illegal pick was set. That gets the ref's attention.
The screener was leaning a bit right there. His feet may not have been planted. Pretty obvious call by the officials.
Look, guys get away with this all the time, but on this occasion, he got caught.
George against George. Kessler a screen. He fires from 18. Cleared away by Embiid.
Oh, that's a shot he's got to hit. Brick.
George. Outside Maxey for 3. Williams rips down the board. Jazz leading by 7. George outside. Now Jackson. Here's the floater, and that's money on the layup.
And he's no stranger to contact inside. Love watching Jackson bully his way through aggressive defense.
Ooh, he leaves no question.
Well, he's still battling, doing everything possible to keep them in this game.
George against George. We're in the final quarter play here. 3 minutes in. George with a steal. And now the Sixers on the break. And he pummels the iron. Bookends the break.
This team counts on George to deliver points. His consistency under pressure is key to their offense.
Kessler a screen. Bailey. 19-footer is good.
They're going at it on offense. Neither team backing down.
Man, this has been a fun one, but look, who doesn't love a high-scoring game?
Oh, no good. Jazz leading by 7. Minute 32 left in the fourth. Now Jackson. And Tyrese Maxey gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul. George against George. Kessler fires. He knocks down the jumper.
Yeah, every coach wants assisted buckets. Guys like George, they move the ball.
George. Oh, the stuff.
He slams it home and gets some extra camera time chilling on the rim.
Yeah, he did spend a little time up there, didn't he? They double-team George. Bailey. Money from 3.
And this is a game they can build off of. They kept their focus all game long, and it will get marked as a win for the Jazz.
Well, they were focused on being productive at the arc tonight.
And it ended up paying off big time. Just an overwhelming performance.
And of all the highlights and performances we've seen here tonight, the one thing that stands out is what an unbelievable night it's been for Keontae George.
And let's just say this, the name of the game is scoring, and yes, he provided that tonight. You're welcome.
44 seconds left in the game. And it's blocked by Kessler. Takes it inside. Oh, ho, ho! That's a man on a mission right there.
And guys, that's got to be the dagger. This is how you finish a game.
And it felt like they just flipped the switch to go on that run and seal the game. Saving their best basketball for the end. Always smart.
It's good from beyond the arc. Here's George. Embiid. No good. Had a chance to end the run there. And so George will bring it up for the Jazz. They lead by their biggest margin of the game. It's at 15 points. So we see the Jazz taking the W here. It ends up being a fairly easy road win.
Those are so hard to come by.
Matchup at the guard position. Indeed, some of the best in the league going head-to-head.
Yeah, this is the very top of the food chain when it comes to guard play in this league. Really no weaknesses out there for either backcourt.
So a look at our starters for the Knicks. The two forwards, Bridges and Anunoby. Miles McBride out there with Jalen Brunson. And it's Towns in at center. George. That one's in, his first shot this game.
And it's really hard to knock George off his balance. He's just so long and strong. Nice take there.
Towns sets the pick for Brunson. Three-pointer. And Towns the bucket on the assist by Brunson.
You can't just stop when there's a pick set up. Gotta fight over it as a defender.
Well, you just have to communicate those switches. If you don't, it's on you.
And the dunk by Edgecombe.
And you want to talk about hang time. Edgecombe is still going up while others are coming down.
Here's Brunson. And there are the Knicks with another bucket.
Well, that's a tough matchup because he's skilled and relentless.
Here's Philadelphia. It's a three-point game. Here's Edgecombe. From the top of the key, and the 76ers tack on two more.
And George, such a confident player. He's also terrific at recognizing when he's in a zone.
And, Jim, this is year two of that four-year, $211 million contract for Paul George.
And when he's been healthy, Kevin, he has shown himself to be one of the best swingmen in the game. But now he's in his mid-30s, and this can be the point where players often start to wear down.
And forget those threes. Cat, get the easy ones.
For Philadelphia, they've gotten their first three shots to go in for them to start off this game. Here's Edgecombe, defended by Bridges. Pass to Embiid from outside the arc. Connects from three-point range. It's all knotted up.
And Embiid being assertive offensively, wasting no time in getting that one.
Brunson, that's a two-pointer. And it's Joel Embiid with the rebound.
The defense really didn't do enough to alter that shot. It's simply a miss.
That gives them the lead. Edgecombe's got his second basket.
It took a lot of confidence to take that shot.
Right now, let's take a second to catch up with Allie LaForce on the sideline.
Earlier, I spoke with Nick Nurse. I asked Coach about Jalen Brunson's game and what stood out the most to him. He replied, I'd say his toughness as well as his leadership. His teammates rally behind him, and that's why we've got to bring that same kind of intensity to guarding him tonight. Containing Brunson won't be easy, but let's see if they're up for it. Guys?
Great work as always, Allie. Thank you. Here's Maxey. Jalen Brunson picking up that last basket. Towns with the steal. Here's Bridges. Good, and the assist goes to Towns.
Oh, nimble inside play by Bridges, working his way to a close-range shot.
Here's Edgecombe. Brunson covering. Pass to Embiid. Lets the three fly. It's rebounded by Anunoby. New York's gone 1 of 2 from long range in the first quarter. Anunoby is screen on Maxey. Brunson kicks to Towns. And the dunk by Towns.
Pushing the action, getting others involved. He does it time and time again.
That is just beautiful ball movement, unselfish basketball.
Edgecombe with it. Brunson covering. Embiid wide open. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Embiid's got 6.
Come on. Joel Embiid. I mean, 7-footers are not supposed to shoot like that.
Brunson the pass to Towns. And Towns throws it down.
What a heads-up pass to know that his teammate was going to be available down in the paint.
Here's Edgecombe. Here's George. Knicks with the rebound. 32 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Brunson, that's a two-pointer. And again, it's New York.
With how fast Brunson plays, his pull-up is really unguardable.
So it's Philadelphia now, trailing by 5. Here's Edgecombe. And the dunk by Edgecombe.
So far, both teams scorching the nets. You gotta love it.
Yeah, both ways. We're seeing a nice rhythm offensively. Now let's see which team can come up with some stops.
Brunson against Maxey. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Tyrese Maxey. That's his first foul. And they call an illegal screen here.
That's going to draw a whistle every time down the floor. Not even close to being a legal screen.
Well, my feeling is you just want to make sure it's called consistently both ways.
Embiid sets the pick for Edgecombe. No one near Mac. What a play! Simply drains it in at the buzzer.
Ringing the bell. That's the way to close the quarter.
It's the end of the first with a tie game here, and already these offenses are clicking. Stay with us as we get set to bring you the second quarter right after this. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter, and we'll see what happens here in the second. And again, what a jam!
Wow.
What a jam!
And how about the raw athleticism of Edgecombe? He gets to the rim with ease.
Towns, a screen on Maxey. Here's Brunson. It's Brunson at point-blank range.
Yeah, and there it is again. On a lot of their possessions this first half, they've established great inside position.
Here's Edgecombe. Brunson covering. Oubre, good.
And how about making a play for his teammate there? Edgecombe showing his all-around game.
Brunson kicks to Anunoby. Pass to Towns. Back to Anunoby. Out to the right wing. Towns with it. Maxey covering Anunoby. Brunson, left side. Anunoby with the screen for Brunson. Clock at 4. A second chance effort. Anunoby, good.
And they've repeatedly probed inside in the first half, guys, and it's paid off.
Philadelphia's gone 3 of 4 from long range in the game. 2 points. That one goes. Edgecombe's got the lead up to 2 now for Philadelphia.
Nice play by Edgecombe. He has the strength and body control to finish.
The offensive skill set for Karl Anthony Towns, Greg is a 7-footer, is very special, to say the least.
The outstanding shooting, the post play, and he's worked on his defense. He may never be elite at that end, but he ignites an offense.
Here's George. Oubre finds Maxey. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. And here's Brunson. He'll bring it up for the Knicks. Trailing by 2. Charity stripe shot. And the Knicks getting another bucket right there.
And he has become deadly from that in-between area. Brunson as efficient on the midi as anybody.
And Edgecombe gets it to go. Edgecombe's got 6 here in this quarter.
I love how he's taking charge out there. Here, offensively, riding the wave.
Now, let's take a minute to talk to Allie LaForce courtside. Allie.
Thanks a lot, guys. The Knicks are able to play 5 out. And Josh Hart told me they surrounded Jalen Brunson with guys who can shoot. Guys that command attention. He's able to expose that, scoring the ball and being unselfish. The court is wide open. Guys.
Tons of spacing. Allie LaForce with the report. Hey, Allie, thanks.
And what a finish by Maxey with that contact. That took a lot of guts.
What do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for the 76ers?
They've been so aggressive, going strong at the defense, looking to score off of that penetration.
And you can't overlook what they've done in the paint as well. A huge part of their success in this one.
Philadelphia leading by 3. Here's Edgecombe.
Oh, man!
Sometimes young guys struggle feeling like they belong in the NBA. Edgecombe can put that aside with this performance.
Down low, and Towns throws it down.
And he can time his passes so perfectly. Wow, what an assist.
For Philadelphia, they've gotten all but 1 of their 7 shots in the second quarter to drop. Pretty impressive. Yep, it counts.
Unlike most young guards, Edgecombe would rather have it around the rim. Doesn't want to just chuck up Jays.
And GA, you started your career with the Knicks. What memories do you have from your time in New York?
Well, after winning a championship in college, it was great to play for a team in the NBA that had similar aspirations. So many great veterans to learn from and a Hall of Fame coach.
Fires the three, bangs home the trifecta. McBride's got himself going there, his first points of the game on the deep ball. And timeout called by Nick Nurse. Coach is going to take a few minutes to regroup and go over the strategy. .52 seconds left in the first half. Pass to Edgecombe. It's rebounded by Anunoby.
Wow, that's embarrassing. Come on, just put the ball in the hole.
Out to Bridges. Back to Brunson. To the middle. Here's Anunoby. Throws it down as the official calls the foul. It may be a three-point play. That one on Embiid.
And the muscle that Anunoby possesses. Fantastic at gutting it out through contact and finishing.
1 second separating the shot clock and game clock. Pass to Embiid. Now Edgecombe. Shoots over Brunson. Edgecombe, no good. Towns, the screen. To the inside. Shoots over Embiid. And trying for the go-ahead basket. It doesn't go in. And so it's PJ Edgecombe making highlights for the 76ers. That quarter had to take a lot out of him. He racked up 12 points. And we'll be right back after this. Even so far, we're seeing a tremendous game from VJ Edgecombe.
Yeah, and through the first two quarters, he has been the offense for this team.
Well, and I expect they're going to continue to lean on him as we continue in this game. Why not? The way he's playing right now offensively.
Kelly Oubre out there with Embiid. Then there's Edgecombe. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's George in at the 2. That's Nick Nurse's 5 as we get into the second half. And for over a decade in the NBA, Greg, Paul George was as scary a wing as you'd find.
Man, a two-way terror with elite size and athleticism. The Sixers paid him hoping for more of the same, but can he hold off Father Time?
Here's Edgecombe. Brunson covering. Embiid sets the pick for Oubre. Another 3 for Philadelphia.
Nice answer back there. Love to see the competitiveness.
And when you give up a 3, there's always this instinct to try and get it back immediately.
Brunson kicks to Towns. A shot's good on the assist by Brunson. Towns has got 19 points.
Wow. Towns saying, hey, I can go there too.
Pass to George. Here's Edgecombe. He's guarded by Anunoby. 5 on the clock. And here's George for 3. Another 3 for Philadelphia.
Quick decision right there from George, not giving the D any time to react.
Towns sets the pick for Brunson. And McBride gets it to go.
Now that's a high percentage look when the D doesn't fight over the screen.
Yeah, and that's the effectiveness of the two-man game right there.
Edgecombe. And the dunk by Edgecombe.
Oh, an aggressive move and fantastic finish.
Trying to send a message with that slam, I think. Beating the contact. Brunson gets by.
Can't overplay Brunson to shoot. He will go right past you.
The 76ers leading. Takes it inside. And the dunk by Edgecombe.
Ooh, just shook his man loose with a crafty play inside.
And then the dunk just tops it off beautiful. Towns a screen on Maxey. From about 19 feet. And the Knicks getting another bucket right there. Tim, you know you've played it for so long. The intensity of competition can lead to some heated communication, even between those on the same team.
Well, Kevin, believe me, in the 10 years I played in the league, you often see that between teammates because you have highly competitive individuals who aren't always going to see eye to eye.
But don't you think that's good, though, that competitive tension that may exist within a team?
It creates an edge, Kevin, that you need to win in this league.
Philadelphia's gotten the 3-ball working for them in the second half. They've hit 3 out of 3 shots from long range. And here's George for 3. Nailed from three-point land. George has got 10 points.
That last 3 must have bothered George a little bit. He goes to the arc with a purpose and fires off his answer.
And so Mike Brown calls a timeout. He's going to take a few moments here to check in with his team and regroup. Third quarter of basketball here, and just a little under 3.5 minutes gone by. Ooh, the quick Jalen Brunson.
And defensively, if you are not on point, Brunson more than capable of finishing inside.
Pass to Embiid. Again, Philadelphia.
This team really feeds off of one another in terms of their energy.
Yeah, there's really been an uptick in intensity. Just look at the way these guys are battling on the glass and for loose balls.
And there's the whistle. Illegal screen.
When a pick like that is questionable and creates that much of an advantage for the offense, you have to blow the whistle.
Well, oftentimes illegal screens fall into a gray area, but that time he got called for it.
Outside, Maxey. Bridges with the steal. And here's Brunson. 16 points for him. And Anunoby slams it in.
Oh, that's a nice read from Brunson out of the pick and roll.
Here's Edgecombe. Wow, what a play.
Unbelievable.
Oh, and he got fancy with that one.
Yeah, maybe trying to give them the momentum boost they need to break this game open. And again, another assist.
That makes 15 assists.
He's been one step ahead of the defense all game long. Philadelphia has gone 7 of 9 on three-pointers tonight. Outstanding mark from long range. From way outside, Joel Embiid.
Bottom line, you need shooters on your team who can space the floor.
Yeah, that's how you create that spacing, and that will open up a lot of options offensively.
Towns wide open. And right away, they match it with a three-pointer of their own.
And I like the back and forth here, showing confidence from range.
Yeah, he was so ready to answer that. These teams are just battling.
Pass to Edgecombe. Back to Embiid. It'll count. And so it's PJ Edgecombe making highlights for the 76ers. He's up to 26 points in the game now. And I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter. Setting the floor for the Knicks. Out front, it's Anunoby at the 4 and Towns at the 5. Miles McBride out there with Jalen Brunson. And it's Bridges in at the 3 spot. And that one's good, Towns.
And how about the game from Towns? The combination of that height and shooting, probably unmatched in the NBA.
And the dunk by Edgecombe. Neither team here in the fourth generating a lot of separation.
Yeah, it's been a close one. 5 times the lead has switched hands thus far.
Outside, Towns. From deep three-point land, Oubre pulls it in. Embiid with the screen on Brunson. Oubre kicks to Embiid. Sinks the three-pointer. And it's a 4-point Philadelphia lead.
Well, no question, Joel Embiid is page 1 on the scouting report. Maybe page 2 and 3 as well. He is a handful. If you came to watch a scoring battle, you're in the right place.
We thought this might be the case coming in. Not a lot of defense out there right now.
Pass to Embiid for the 3. Count that one as his 7th make in 8 attempts. A scorching 88%.
Really hard to count how many of their possessions have ended just like that one, with one of his shots falling.
And the way he's scoring is impressive. He's doing it with great efficiency.
And here's Brunson outside. And Philadelphia grabs the miss.
Just enough coverage to bother that 3-point attempt.
Oubre can't get it to go. Knicks trail by 5. Towns sets the pick for Brunson. Brunson attacking. Oh, softly lays it in.
That's an excellent play call to free him up from the defense.
He is in attack mode every time up the floor, every single night.
Now Embiid. Embiid with the screen on Brunson. Here's Embiid. 6 on the shot clock. Driving inside. Rebounded by Anunoby.
You know, you'd love to see him pull that off, but instead he goes from highlight reel to the bloopers.
And so it's Mike Brown here calling timeout. He has decided it's the right time to talk. And now let's swing it over to Allie LaForce on the sideline.
Thanks, guys. I got a chance to hear what Mike Brown was saying to the team. Clearly, there's no doubt in the coach's mind. He told his guys, look, we're in this. All it takes is a couple of stops and a couple of buckets. It's yours for the taking. Now go out there and take it. I like his confidence. Guys?
And Allie, thanks so much. Here's Edgecombe. Brunson covering. Edgecombe with it. Here's Embiid slashing inside.
And in the big moment, Embiid is your guy. He's always ready to go on the attack. And this is why he's a go-to option. Towns enjoys getting the chance to come up big for his team.
Now Edgecombe. And here's the drive. Oh, that is a big-time jam.
Wow, Edgecombe making plays when his team needs it most.
Towns, a screen on Maxey. Now Towns. Brunson surveying the D. Doesn't get that one. The 76ers leading. George. Oh, what a finish.
And guys, George takes pride in hitting big shots. Just get him the ball and let him do his thing.
Ananobi is screen on Maxey. Brunson muscles through the contact.
Nerves never show through. Brunson as calm and cool as they come down the stretch.
Philadelphia's gone 2 or 3 in the fourth quarter from long range. Good shooting so far. Oubre outside.
Look at the guard. Edgecombe getting up there for the hammer.
And here's Brunson. He'll bring it up for New York. There's 49 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Another possession, another assist. And that's his 20th assist. Wow.
Just doing a great job at orchestrating the offense.
We can probably expect to see him slow it down now.
Yeah, I think you want to milk your possessions. That is world class.
What a huge shot at this point in the game.
Brunson against Maxey. No good from 3. Game could be on the line right here.
It's now or never.
And he commits the intentional foul. .23 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. Maxey, he takes it in.
They're in total command of this game with time starting to run out.
And this is where you really want to be mindful. No turnovers, no sloppy play.
Brunson, the long shot, no good. Here's Edgecombe. So Philadelphia wins it, probably a little closer than they would have liked it, but a win nonetheless.
Game, Grant. Is it fair to say this feels like it should be a blowout?
Well, on paper, that would be the assumption. But, B.A., this is why we play the games. Anything can happen, and any team can pull off an upset.
And to look at the starters for the Knicks. Inside, it'll be the dynamic pair of Anunoby and Cat. Jalen Brunson is out there with Miles McBride, and it's Bridges in at the 3 spot.
He had more than enough room to hit that, just couldn't make it happen.
Brunson with it. Jackson in his pocket. Back to Brunson. Oh, and Jackson with the block.
Yeah, Jackson's length impacts both ends.
3 on the clock. 4-3. Brunson missing again.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
There's no air space there whatsoever. That's as close as you can get without foul.
Here's Bailey. And the layup is good off the glass.
Yeah, for this coaching staff, they want Bailey operating in the paint. I mean, he's got athleticism and touch.
Brunson passes to Anunoby. Nice pass, nice catch, and a resounding dunk.
Well, he led him with the pass there, almost like a quarterback timing a route. That was impressive.
George passes to Nurkic. Yes, and it's George picking up the assist.
Continuing to develop his jump shot. Nurkic draining his shot has helped his confidence moving forward.
When we talk about Keontae George, what stands out to you the most, Stan?
Good question, B.A. I don't know that I'd pick one area. He's good at a wide variety of things. Can handle the ball, pass it, score it, and that gives you flexibility in terms of the guys you put around him.
Now here's Towns. Count it.
And setting the tempo with an assertive move. Like, where was the defense on that play?
Well, when you are the aggressor this early, it is intimidating.
The Knicks have gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. And Keontae George gets a whistle that time. That's his first foul of the game. Shot from the inbound. In deep, Brunson drops it in.
Brunson doesn't fear going in amongst the trees. Remarkable poise there inside.
Here in the first, just under 2.5 minutes played so far. Stolen by Bridges. And they've been producing at a high level.
No question. They're in a nice rhythm offensively.
Pass to Brunson. Here's Towns. Oh, it's blocked by Jackson. All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Thanks, guys. Jalen Brunson is the engine that makes this team go, and he has sacrificed so that the Knicks could surround him with talent. He said, winning trumps everything that I do individually. I'll do my part to help this team try to get a championship. It's all about the journey, and I'm happy to be a part of it. Back over to you.
Putting the team first. Thanks a lot, Allie. And since the turn of the century, die-hard Knicks fans had dealt with some lean years, Grant, until recently.
No doubt, B.A., and they're happy to see meaningful games. The arrival of Jalen Brunson just changed things, and they've gone all in to surround him with talent. To have a big who's great at the line, such a plus.
Here's George, and George with the jam.
Seeing the opening, George does not hesitate. I mean, just a great move.
Outside Brunson. Anunoby. Basket is good. Off the assist from Brunson. Brunson's got 3 assists now in this one. George, right side. And George with the jam.
Yes, sir. George with the flush.
Anunoby, a screen on Jackson. And a deep 3 from Brunson. A quick shot there. It's off target.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
Got a piece of it. Oh, stolen by Anunoby. Brunson with it. Jackson in his pocket. Puts it up from 15. Rebounded by Nurkic.
Well, that one should be in his wheelhouse, but just off the mark.
There's 38 seconds left in the first. Here's Williams. And the go-ahead bucket, no good. And Brunson's got the ball here for New York. Shoots over Bailey. New York again can't hit.
Something's off about him this quarter.
Yeah, and sometimes guys just start pressing. The best thing for him is to just slow it down and concentrate on solid shot selection.
There's 14 seconds left in the first. And here's Brunson from the arc. Pure from three-point range. Brunson's got 5 now.
Well, he's such a natural talent. Has all the skill needed to produce at a high level.
He throws it down with 2 hands. You know he won't mess that up.
Not this guy. He is a big-time finisher. 1 quarter in the books, and it's been a close one. And some good action in the books as we get back to a game that's been pretty close so far here. And what stands out to you from Utah in this one?
You know, they've been relentless in how they attack the paint.
Well, if they're going to be that ferocious inside, this defense is in for a long night.
So here are the 5 for New York as they start the second. Bridges at the small forward with Anunoby at the 4. Miles McBride is out there with Jalen Brunson. And it's Towns in at center, filling out the middle. Just 5 on the clock. It's George on the wing. The 3. And it's New York with a rebound. And here's Brunson. He's got 5. Oh, and Jackson with the block. And they're pushing it up. And here's Bailey for 3. 2 shots, 2 makes. Off to a good start. And a look at how the hustle game has been going for the Jazz.
Well, their defense has been really impressive, especially the number of blocks they've managed to get. It's not easy to keep denying guys at the rim.
And I've also really liked how aggressive they've been in the open floor. I mean, when they see a chance to push it, they go for it.
Nurkic's shot is good.
Yeah, in the paint, Nurkic can be a monster. He's got all the physical gifts he needs to dominate.
Down low. It's stolen by Nurkic. To the middle. Here's Jackson. Banked it in off the glass. Jackson's got his first 2 points.
And once more this half, they find a way to get great position inside.
Here's Brunson. Rebounded by Nurkic. Nurkic has got 4 rebounds now. No question, this offense has some firepower.
And they're looking very confident in all that they're doing right now.
Brunson with the bucket.
You know, some threes look better than others, and Brunson's lefty stroke from 3 is a beautiful thing.
To the paint. Oh, it's stolen by Towns. Anunoby with it. Guarded now by George. Knocked loose. Here's Bailey. 5 points in the game. Off target from the baseline. And a little under 2.5 minutes gone by here in the second quarter. Towns on a screen. Here's Brunson. He hits the back iron and sinks it. Brunson's got 13. And when it comes to taking an offense out of its rhythm, what are some of the primary methods, Grant?
Well, B.A., you have to disrupt their flow. That can come from steals, deflections, block shots, even change shots. Anything that makes them feel uncomfortable.
Until Will Hardy calls the timeout. Coach taking this moment to speak to his guys. Maybe alter some of the game plan. The Jazz have gone 3 of 5 since the beginning of the second. To the inside. And Nurkic throws it down.
Oh, too easy for Nurkic. A big man who goes up strong. You have to meet him at the rim and counter his aggression.
Here's Brunson. And the Knicks getting another bucket right there.
Easy look when the defender isn't fighting over the screen.
Yeah, it's certainly worth it to disrupt the offense. Coaches notice that extra effort.
Brunson against Williams. Jackson with a screen on Anunoby. Clock at 6. Here's George. He connects. And now he's 4 for 6 in today's game.
Just a gutsy play by George inside, finding the close range look.
Inside, here's Towns. And it's powered home by Towns.
Nice read. Sets his teammate up. You like how they're sharing the ball.
Count that bucket. He's got 10.
Strong take by George. I like it when he takes initiative on offense.
And the call will be against Jaren Jackson. That's foul number 2 for him. A minute 15 left in the first half. Down low. Jackson knocks it away. Now George. He's got 10. There's a screen by Nurkic. Puts up a 3. George's shot is off. And Brunson's got the ball here for New York. Trailing by 2. New York working the ball around now.
Yeah, he tried to gain position, but couldn't quite get there.
First trip to the line for him here. First free throw is good. He's perfect from the line this time.
Yeah, great effort tonight, and he's been rewarded with trips to the line.
Jackson, the screen for 3. George, count that one. He's scoring at a nice clip. He's 6 of 9 tonight.
A lot of confidence from George shooting a 3 early in his career.
Inside, it's stolen by Nurkic. There's a 4-second difference from the shot clock and the game clock. Here's Bailey. Brunson defending. Bailey, the pass to Nurkic. Nurkic, a screen on Bridges. Shot clock at 5. George. And the jam by George.
Hey, when in doubt, run the defender off the screen.
And you know, with a result like that, we'll see them run it again.
Yeah, defensive breakdown there. Gotta communicate and switch that screen.
And a pretty tightly contested game here as we end the first half. Jazz out in front, leading by 5. We'll see you after halftime for the beginning of the third quarter.
Be spot on.
Yeah, he's been locked in tonight. Through the first 2 quarters, he's been a huge factor from outside.
Williams is out there with Jackson. Then there's Keontae George. Then it's Yusuf Nurkic. And it's Bailey in at the 2. And that's the group for Will Hardy as we begin the second half. Towns can't get it to go.
Wow. Missed the easy one right there, right at the rim, but came up empty.
George against Bridges. Again, Utah good for 2.
Easy to see the kind of impact George is going to have in this league. Already so productive.
Towns on a screen. Whoa, Towns with the power.
Terrific ball movement leading to the basket. You love to see it.
Jazz leading by 5. To the paint. And Nurkic with the bucket on the assist by George. Nurkic just got 10 points.
Yeah, every coach wants assisted buckets. Guys like George, they move the ball.
And it's Brunson missing.
Great work by the defense. That's the intensity coaches want to see.
Pass to Jackson. Here's Bailey. He's guarded by Bridges. And it's flushed down. A nice jam.
Strong finish by Bailey. Here's a guy who wants to slam it.
And the call is going to be, yes, an illegal screen.
The screener was leaning a bit right there. His feet may not have been planted. Pretty obvious call by the officials.
Look, you can get away with a lot in terms of screens today. You can't make it that obvious.
And so Will Hardy calls the timeout. He's going to take a moment to give him a breather and talk things over. Jazz leading by 9. Third quarter here, over a minute and a half into it. George finds Jackson. Now here's George. 17 points in the game. 6 to shoot. Here's Bailey. McBride covers. And Bailey gets it to go. And now an 11-point Utah lead.
And this is what you want to do when you've got a big lead. You must stay aggressive.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless, building this lead in every way possible.
And though he has a scorer's mindset, Brunson willing to make the next pass.
A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
Thanks a lot. Well, the game is going global. Players Association president and sharpshooter C.J. McCollum said, with all the NBA players who weren't born in the United States, we're attracting fans from those places, and it's going to make our game better. And that's what we want at the end of the day. Guys, back to you.
Crossing over borders. Allie, thank you. Jackson with a screen on Anunoby. Here's George. And the jam by George.
Yeah, George has been just merciless on offense. He's not holding back at all.
Towns a screen on Jackson. Here's Brunson. Utah grabs the miss. Nurkic has got his 7th rebound here tonight. Williams into the lane. And Williams punches it home.
And sends it home with some passion.
I think he's rubbing it in a little bit here. Hanging up there like that. McBride passes to Brunson. And there's the whistle. The illegal screen is the call.
One of the trickier plays to judge, but it would be hard to argue against the call.
Yeah, and that's maybe something that should be called more. We see a lot of moving screens in today's NBA.
George for 3. And the rebound goes to the Knicks. Towns has got his 5th rebound in this one. And it's powered home by Towns.
I like that. Towns attacking the rim with intent.
George drives in. And the jam by George.
And he just driving the stake in him there.
He's a guy who just never lets up.
Yeah, they're not pulling any punches here. Even the guards are attacking the basket.
McBride with it, working on George. Here's Brunson into the lane. Here's Bailey. 9 points in the game. The ball's knocked loose, and it's out of bounds. Still Utah's ball.
Nice deflection there. Really trying to disrupt their offensive flow.
Yeah, there's nothing easy on offense. Coaches love seeing that kind of hustle on the defensive end.
George drives in, and he drops in the layup off the glass. George has got 8 points in the quarter.
An efficient finisher inside. George makes the most of the close-range opportunity.
Here's McBride. Rebounded by Bailey. Jazz leading by 15. Kicks it out to Jackson. Brunson against Williams. Pass to Bailey. Now here's George. 6 on the shot clock. Out of bounds. It'll be Knicks' ball. Knicks trail by 15. And Jalen Brunson gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul.
And great job to establish position and square up.
We've got 22 seconds left in the third quarter. And here's Bailey for three. Jalen Brunson grabs a miss. And so it's Brunson with it. He brings it up for the Knicks. With 4 on the clock. Pass to Towns. Towns owning it inside.
Yeah, he's leading the charge for them. But let's be honest, he needs more help if they're going to get out in front.
Well, consistent scoring is a good foundation for a comeback.
And so it's the Utah Jazz in command with a 13-point lead at the end of the quarter. They hold a real solid lead right now. Love their approach tonight. We'll be back in a moment. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist to the game.
Yeah, just shredding the defense with that feed. Zero chance to stop that.
Now that is an elite level dish. What a great passer.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that, to this point, has not been an evenly fought contest. And on the floor for New York here in the fourth. Anunoby plays the 4, and Cat is the center. Jalen Brunson is out there with Miles McBride, and it's Bridges in at the 3. Williams passes to Jackson. And Mikal Bridges picks up the foul. That's his first foul. Shamet, he's checked in for New York. George outside. And the dunk by Jackson.
Yes, sir. Jackson Jr. flushing.
About 1 minute played here in the fourth quarter. Shamet, no good. Jazz leading by 17. George feels it out a bit. Shoots over Anunoby. The bank shot, no good. New York has gone 3 of 6 from deep so far. Shamet passes to Brunson. Towns for 3. Oh, it's blocked by Jackson. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Jackson. New York making a switch here. Clarkson's checked in. We've gone about a minute and a half into this fourth quarter. Oh, and he brings it down with a two-handed jam.
What a slam by the 6'3" Clarkson, showing he's still got some ups.
And he says right back at you with a big dunk of his own.
And I love how he's pushing the tempo and creating for others. He does this game in and game out. Incredible.
Yeah, when you're moving the ball like that, it just keeps everyone engaged in the game.
That lack of defensive intensity is not going to stop a player of his caliber from scoring.
George against Anunoby. He got it!
Well, that's where you want to be, getting those easy money looks.
Clarkson with the drive, and he slams it down.
Using that speed of his on the drive, Clarkson just so elusive when he puts it on the floor.
Nurkic, a screen on Anunoby. George. Oh, unanswered slam.
I'll tell you, those finishes are always extra special when they come from your point guard.
Oh, forget about his passing. Can we see more dunking?
Wow, that is an impressive vertical for a point guard. My goodness.
Jazz leading by 17. Around 3 minutes gone here in the fourth. From deep. Sinks it. What range from downtown. George has got 17 points here in the second half. Towns on a screen. Clarkson for 3. Cash from downtown.
When you get faced up at one end, you want to get it back at the other.
A bit of a duel going on between them. came down the floor looking for immediate payback.
The Jazz have gotten almost all of their shots to fall in the fourth. 6 of 7. Here's Nurkic. Plenty of space. Yes, and it's George picking up the assist. George has got 9 assists now tonight.
Gotta love how they've just maintained their intensity, even when they're this far up.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, just protect the ball, make smart decisions, don't give them a chance to get back in the game.
And this one hasn't been in doubt for a bit now. They came out on a mission, and you can bag up this win for the Jazz.
They made a point to get some good looks.
Yes, they were able to pound the ball inside. I love it.
And what a huge performance it was for Keontae George.
Well, we saw some exceptional passes from him tonight. His vision did a lot to elevate their offense.
And still to this day, Jordan Clarkson can give you instant offense, Coach.
Well, Brian, he's excellent off the bounce, slashing into the lane. He's added the three-point shot. He can fill it up in a hurry, normally off the bench. Well, look, Clarkson is a great guy to have in your lineup simply due to his versatility.
Towns rips down the board. New York has gone only 1 of 4 from the perimeter here in this fourth quarter. Clarkson outside. Oh, touches it off the glass. Grant, wouldn't be a bad idea here to slow it down.
Yeah, the coach is definitely looking for patience and execution. Impressive job by this team. And you really can't discount the impact of this crowd here.
No, I'd be lying if I said the crowd doesn't have an impact. It's certainly felt from the head coach all the way down.
Clarkson outside. Just 5 to shoot. Bangs it in. What a move. Here's George. He is just playing at a high level right now.
Making plays for himself and others. His next assist will give him a double-double.
And so it's Utah easily grabbing this one. This one was a fun one to watch. They were clearly in the driver's seat down the stretch.
This grade, we're going to see the speed and the skill of NBA guards. Two of the league's best going head-to-head.
And when I think basketball, I envision guards pushing the tempo, taking threes. The modern NBA has a lot of talent. The pace has never been higher.
Look at the 76ers starting group. Joel Embiid out there with Oubre. Then it's Paul George. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's Edgecombe in at the small forward position.
You're not going to see that very often. Plenty of space, but he just, let's face it, he whiffs on that one.
Kessler, screen on Maxey. Nobody near George. On the wing, Williams. And it's Bailey at the elbow. Maxey against George. Just 5 to shoot. Another shot. And he lays it up and in.
And nice touch inside. George can finish from all 3 levels.
George with the ball. George picks him up. Oubre against Williams. Oubre, good.
Just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
And good to get him going early. That shot should give him some confidence.
It's all about mindset out of the gate. If you're aggressive and they give you room, go ahead, let it fly.
Well, a late first-round pick, Doris, back in 2022. Walker Kessler proving he was a sleeper. He has shown a lot for sure.
Oh, no question about it, Kevin. We are talking about a guy who's got size. He's consistent on the backboards, but there's an offensive arsenal there that maybe was a bit unexpected.
Come on. Joel Embiid. I mean, 7-footers are not supposed to shoot like that.
And it's slammed in by Williams.
I love the ball movement there. He put that on a silver platter. Just served him up.
Left side, Maxey. Pass to Embiid. Stolen by Kessler. And here comes Jackson leading the fast break. And it's Bailey in the corner. The three-pointer off the mark. The 76ers have gone 2 for 4 from the field so far today.
See, Kelly Oubre understands how to take advantage of his...
And here we go with the coach's challenge. Not surprised in a competitive game like this. And he's disputing the personal foul call.
After the review, the ruling on the floor is overturned.
To the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replays, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving at. And how fast the action really is, and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Man, he sure can get off the floor.
He's one of the best in the business, absolutely.
Oh, he missed the chippy. What are the odds? That's so frustrating.
And maybe more than any team in the West, GA, the Jazz, hammer it home! Hammer it home, baby!
That is authority right there.
It was. Now, here's George. High post, Embiid. Stolen by Kessler. Embiid with the steal. Embiid with the screen on Williams. And George kicks to Embiid. A quick shot there, and it's off target. Utah leading by 8. George with the ball. Maxey covering. Here's Bailey. Still scoreless. From about 16. And Embiid pulls it down. Philadelphia shooting well off their usual numbers, around 29% so far. And Edgecombe gets it to go.
Explosive in that painted area. Edgecombe can just rise above any type of resistance.
Outside for Jackson. Bailey with the ball. And they call the foul, so he's got the and one chance here to make it a three-point play.
Well, at the rim, that's just a matter of size differential, right? That's usually the result.
And this is his first trip to the line tonight.
And when I watch Ace Bailey, I see a wing with unlimited potential. Going forward, it's about refining that skill set and adding some strength to that frame.
Now, here's Maxey. And a deep three from George. Stolen by Jackson. 4 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Williams finds Jackson. The Jazz working the ball around now. Williams looking around. Shot clock at 6. Bailey with the ball. Now defended by Oubre. Out of bounds. Philadelphia takes possession. George in the post. And it's George finishing it off.
This guy is a high flyer. I mean, especially for a power forward, and he needs to be as an undersized player.
And so it's Utah heading to the bench with a 7-point lead as we wrap up the quarter. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. And guys, from what we've been watching with the Jazz, what are you guys seeing out there?
Playing inside out in that first quarter led to some high percentage shots in the paint.
It is great when you can get that established early, because to me it opens up every other aspect of your game.
And so in the game for the 76ers, Kelly Oubre out there with Edgecombe. Then it's Joel Embiid. Then it's George. And it's Maxey in at the 1. Here's Bailey into the lane and finished off by Bailey.
And Bailey isn't bashful at attacking the basket, using those long strides to his advantage.
And they go to the intentional foul.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Now here is George. Inside, here's Embiid. And the dunk by Embiid.
And seeing a guy as big as Embiid being so fluid in terms of his movement, jaw-dropping.
George, that's a two-pointer. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound. Just over a minute gone here in the second quarter. Over to the wing. Embiid from outside. Here's Oubre. Takes it off the glass. Oubre's got his second basket of the game.
Well, you can see Kelly Oubre Jr. just wants it more than everybody else. Such heart and desire.
Here's Bailey. It's rebounded by Edgecombe. The 76ers trail by 3. Maxey passes to Embiid. Back to Maxey. And back in the day, guys like Bird and Magic competed for championships as rookies. But Doris, we haven't seen that in a while.
Kev, you have to remember, Larry Bird was drafted in unique circumstances. He was drafted a full year before he left college. And for both Larry and Magic, they joined talented veteran teams. That would be like the Celtics or Warriors drafting Wemby. It would be the exact same story. This is where the length of Keontae George helps, right? Inside, he's so much longer than your typical guard.
Now Edgecombe to the paint. He's looking for Embiid and finds him.
Oh, terrific pass right there. Your teammate just walks right into it.
George against George. And it's Kessler, top of the key. The shot's good on the assist by George. Kessler's got 5 now.
Boy, contact from the defense, but Mr. Kessler just powers right through it.
And here's George. Drives to the hoop. And there's the foul on the shot. He'll go to the line for 2.
You got to love the penetration by Paul George. He's really quick on his feet, and the defense cannot handle him right now.
He's off on the second. And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. He's going to take a minute here to get things straightened out. Jazz have gone 3 of their first 5 shots to drop here in the second quarter. Kessler finds Jackson. Outside, George. Kessler setting the pick for George. Back to Kessler. Shot clock at 5. Bailey passes to Kessler. And Philadelphia grabs the miss.
Boy, that was his shot to miss. This guy's a terrific mid-range shooter.
The 76ers again can't hit it. The Jazz with the lead. 1:29 left in the first half. Kessler, a screen on Oubre. And the shot goes in. George has got 4 points this quarter.
Excellent finish on the inside by Keontae George.
Embiid sets the pick for George. Stolen by Kessler. And now here comes Williams leading the... Oh!
Wow, and that sort of showmanship is just deflating right now to a team trying to get back into a game like this.
Ouch, Greg, that is definitely an emphasis jam. A big apostrophe or exclamation point, maybe even a question mark. Oubre, good.
I tell you, like lightning, Kelly Oubre flashes through on the drive. No one quick enough to stop him.
George against George. Pass to Kessler. Here's the 3. The shot's good on the assist by George. George has got assist number 5 here tonight.
Well, listen, he may not be lights out, but if you give him that good a look, he's going to hurt you.
Here's Edgecombe. He takes it in. Rebounded by Bailey.
And this will be the last possession of the quarter if they're patient.
Well, it's amazing. If you finish quarters the right way, it can have such a great impact on the outcome of a game.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flame.
One thing I enjoy is watching players who don't pay attention to the score. You lock in on the moment and play the right way.
Kessler wide open. He fires. And Utah another 3.
Yeah, he's shown terrific control of the pace and the rhythm of this offense.
And I think they count on him for that. He is a tone setter.
And we thank you so much for that interview. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back with you for the second half of the game right after this. Things play out a little more evenly here in the second. It's been one outstanding game from George.
Yeah, something that isn't his strength, but he's done a great job of finding the open man.
Well, what he did was sustain it throughout the first half. He ran the offense to absolute perfection.
Jackson is out there with Walker Kessler. Then it's Keontae George. Then it's Williams. And it's Bailey in at the 2. And that's the group for Will Hardy as they begin the second half.
We know Keontae George is an effective playmaker. He always seems to make the right decision with the ball.
And George kicks to Embiid. Rebound, Utah. Here's George. He's got 11. To the middle. Wants to get it to Kessler and does.
You can tell how much confidence Walker Kessler has as the roll man, ready to catch and score.
There's always a need for shot makers in the NBA, GA, and that's what Ace Bailey brings to the floor.
Yeah, Bailey has a smooth jumper with a high release point that allows him to shoot over just about any defender. And when you pair that with his physical tools, his upside is through the roof.
Pass to Jackson. George looking around. Back to Jackson. And 2 free throws coming up, unable to get that. And now, yep, this will be a coach's challenge. We thought that might happen, triggering a review of the personal foul.
And this,
After review, the ruling on the floor stands.
to detail what constituted the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replays, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
First free throw is good. And so Jackson nails both of them. The 76ers trail by 17. Here's George. Rebound by Williams. Utah has gone 4-6 from outside the arc tonight. Kessler setting the pick for Bailey. Kessler passes to George. Shoots from the corner. That one is good again. He's 6 for 8 from the floor with the basket.
And everything is dropping for them. Terrific second half run.
And I think it's been all about their offensive efficiency, shooting the lights out in this quarter.
Down low, Jackson kicks to George. His three-pointer's off the mark. For Philadelphia, they've gone 0 of 4 from the field in the second half, yet to find the mark. Here's Embiid, and Embiid throws it down.
Domination, plain and simple. Embiid isn't holding back and is giving the defense all he's got.
Kessler screen on George. Pass to Kessler. Lets it go with a 3. Rebound by the 76ers. Third quarter here, and 3 minutes have come off the clock. Outside, Maxey, right wing. Here's Embiid, 18 feet away, and he knocks it down. Embiid's got 4 points this quarter.
And this is the beauty of Embiid's game. He has a shot from anywhere on the floor.
Kessler, screen on George. George against George. Kessler, the shot's good on the assist by George. Kessler's got 17.
And even with the big lead, he remains focused on the task at hand.
That is the competitiveness he brings to the table. Every night you're going to get great effort from him.
I tell you, he has some impressive moves in his repertoire. That's as good as it gets, but just one of many.
Here's Kessler. Drops in the tray. Kessler's got 20 points.
The real. Come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
And you would expect nothing less from these two, taking pride and making plays.
George with the ball. 8 points for him. 51 seconds left here in the third quarter. George way outside. The quick look, no good that time. The 76ers trail by 17. Up top, Embiid. Pass to Edgecombe. Takes a 3. Sinks the triple. Edgecombe's got his second bucket of the game to go.
That's what they really want to get from Edgecombe, a consistent stroke from the perimeter.
6-second difference between the shot and game clock. And it's George finishing it off.
And guys, he's not an easy man to stop when he's got the rim in his sights.
Never has been, never will be. He is a determined finisher. And play stops. Whistle on what looks to be an illegal screen.
When a pick like that is questionable and creates that much of an advantage for the offense, you have to blow the whistle.
I don't think there's any question. There are so many rules that favor the offense these days. You've got to be able to equal things out when an illegal screen is set.
Jackson, a screen on George from downtown. A nice shot by George. George has got 7 points for the quarter.
Pick works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
It takes incredible effort to stay connected to the hip of the offensive player. You've got to want to work.
A big-time effort for Walker Kessler, providing a lot of energy for the Jazz. His production has been flowing as he's tallied 20 points and looks to be planning for more. We'll get you back to the action after this break. In a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assists of the game.
And how about the floor generalship right here? I mean, showing us why they're always in good hands when he's the man in charge.
Well, this is exactly what you're looking for from your point guard. Survey the floor, serve it up on time and on target.
And there have been two very different performances from these teams today. We get going in quarter number 4. Taking a look at the 76ers. They've got Embiid. Maxey out there with Paul George. Then there's Kelly Oubre. And it's Edgecombe in at the 3 spot. Oubre passes to George. Maxey against Jackson. And he gets the bucket.
And with how explosive Maxey is, he's not your average guard in the paint.
George against George. We're just over a minute into this final quarter of play. Here's George, and George with the stuff.
Yeah, that's a great setup. Screen the defender off and let him elevate.
All right, and wasn't the timing ideal? My goodness, the D with no chance to react.
The execution was simply flawless. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you run that play.
Here's George, back to Embiid. And it's sent back by Kessler.
This guy is a constant threat on the defensive end. Send it back, Walker.
And here's George for 3. Good from the moment it left his hand. That makes him 10 for 14. And look at how the hustle game has been going for the Utah Jazz.
They've been active defensively, rotating well, and then also closing out on shots. It's resulted in a number of blocks.
The other thing that jumps out about their performance tonight, the amount of steals really pressuring those ball handlers.
And Will Hardy is called timeout. And he wants to see some changes out there right away and right now. Jazz leading by 21. George from deep three-point land. And again, it's the Jazz from deep.
This is why you select Keyonte George. This guy is very capable of huge offensive nights.
It's good. Nice touch there from Maxey.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
Well, that three-point shot just gives you so much room to operate on the offensive end.
George way outside. And they come right back with their own three-pointer.
Well, just exceptional use of the pick and roll by Keyonte George allows the play to develop there.
Got that bucket in no time at all. Maxey's got 11 points in the quarter.
Listen, he's carrying his own weight, there's no doubt, but it is very hard to win a basketball game by yourself.
And Kessler throws it down.
Well, a big night for the big man. Walker Kessler playing with tremendous confidence.
They blow the whistle just as he gets it off. That's 2 points with a chance for another one at the stripe.
Well, you like how aggressive he is making a play at the rim against length.
You have got to believe that you can score against size on the interior. How about the aggressive, assertive move there?
The deep 3 from George. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound. Embiid's got his 6th rebound on the night. Going inside. From the arc. He drills the 3.
And you look at Edgecombe, he had really good assist numbers in college, and there you could see it translate at this level.
Jackson, and he banks in the layup. And the Jazz lead by 19.
Late in the game, up big, they continue to attack.
And as a result, they may be facing just a little bit less resistance right now. They are having their way.
And George with the stuff.
And one team is just completely outclassing the other tonight. Spirited performance, and it really ignited what is turning out to be a monster win here for the Jazz.
It was a standout performance across the board.
I mean, it was like watching a cat play with a mouse. They were able to do more or less whatever they wanted.
The one player that really stands out, of course, in this one, it was a dazzling game for George.
This is the very definition of being in a zone. Everything the defense tried against him, he had an answer for it.
Gets the three-pointer to fall.
Finishing strong. This is how you want to close things out.
No question. They've got hot at exactly the right time. Clutch play on a team level.
Utah has gone to three-point range for 12 of their points in the final quarter on 4 of 5 shooting. And that one's good, George.
They made the most of their opportunities, looking comfortable and locked in throughout the night.
What an impressive performance, to say the least. At this point, it looks insurmountable.
Pass to Kessler. Back to George. Embiid with the steal. Now 8 seconds separating the two clocks. Here's Edgecombe. They get the rebound. Out to the wing. Over George. Edgecombe, no good. And that's a foul called on Kelly Oubre. That is his first foul of the game.
Fouling like that isn't how you get back in the game.
They are enjoying the commanding lead.
And it really gives them the opportunity to give their starters a rest. Always critical when you get ready for that home stretch.
Pass to Bailey. That free throw good from Bailey. He hits both from the stripe. Maxey feeling it out a bit. And the rejection by Jackson. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Jackson. And so it's Utah easily grabbing the win. And the outcome of this one was never in doubt.
And boy, they really put in a surprise.
Guard position tonight, Clark. Should be a fun battle for the fans.
I agree. I mean, every kid loves to dribble and shoot, so it's a blast to watch the pros.
Game, there is a clear favorite, RJ, in this one.
That's true. I can tell you something else. Underdogs do win, and they do hear all the noise, so let's let this game be decided on the court.
Look at the 76ers starting group. Joel Embiid out there with Oubre. Then there's Edgecombe. Then it's George, and it's Maxey in at the point guard position. Now, here's Clarkson. Clock at 6. Brunson with it. Now defended by Oubre. Here's Anunoby. And a miss there on the triple.
The defense just giving him the easy look there. He's not going to miss that.
Here's Embiid. Knicks with the rebound.
That's a surprise. I mean, really out of character for him to miss when the defense is not right up on him.
Yep, that one goes in there.
And savvy inside play by Clarkson, getting himself a look right at the basket.
And so it's the Knicks getting on the board first. And the dunk by Edgecombe.
And watch out, you don't bring the whole basket down on top of you, young fella.
I don't think he ever wanted to let go of the rim. And a hard-nosed defensive identity for this Knicks. But, GA, there's been some slippage.
Well, the challenge has been their two best offensive players get targeted at the other end. The adage, you're only as strong as your weakest link, it has some truth to it.
Embiid sets the pick for Edgecombe.
Oh, my goodness.
Man.
And you want to talk about hang time. Edgecombe is still going up while others are coming down.
For Philadelphia, they've gone 2 of 3 here to start out the game. Outside, George. Embiid with it. Now guarded by Towns. Here's Oubre. And the layup is good.
Crafty at cashing in from there. Oubre Jr. enjoys working on his interior game when given the opportunity.
Clarkson surveying the floor. Down it goes, his third basket. He's now 3 for 4.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Now, here's Oubre. Here's Edgecombe. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here. That's on Jalen Brunson.
We don't say this often about rookies like B.J. Edgecombe, but he is known for his defense. Plays with incredible passion. B.J. has such a bright future.
New York's gone 1 of 2 from long range in the first quarter. Out to Clarkson. Back to Towns. And Towns throws it down.
Plenty of power on that slam. Towns was not messing around.
Oubre on the wing. Stolen by Clarkson. Up and in for the basket, number 4. That makes him 4 for 5 now.
Well, that's why they're in front. Aggressive play at both ends. Nicely done.
Here's Edgecombe. Lays it up and banks it in. Edgecombe's got 8 points.
A supreme athlete. Edgecombe can blow through the contact.
Clarkson passes to Towns. Brunson outside. Fires from deep. Rebound by the 76ers.
And I think that one could have easily have fallen for him.
From deep, George drains it from beyond the arc.
And what a smooth three-point shot. George has worked hard to develop that stroke.
And that one good from Clarkson.
He took it right to the rack, and look, there's no one that can stop him.
We've got 1:08 left in the first quarter. Here's Edgecombe. That's his 4th basket of the game, and he's only taken 4 shots. Off to a good start.
Oh, nice drive there to get to the bucket, using some of that terrific agility that he possesses.
Now, here's Clarkson. 11 points in the game. And now the 76ers on the break. Here's Maxey. It's good. He makes his first shot of the game.
Ooh, that is fierce. You want to see a player with no fear? That is Tyrese Maxey.
And that one good from Clarkson.
And they've done well at taking advantage of some late defensive rotations and getting the ball in the paint.
Here he goes. And he makes no mistake on the slam dunk.
So fast and powerful. Edgecombe's drive, so explosive.
Here's Clarkson. He's got 13. Brunson outside. For 3. Oubre pulls it in. Now Edgecombe. He's got 12. That one goes in.
He's got a knack for those putbacks, so you have to be aware of that defensively. Get a body on him.
Clarkson outside. Up in time. And no good on the last second attempt this time. And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers. Welcome back, everyone. It's Noche Latina in the NBA as we resume action. And guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the 76ers?
They've started the game the right way, penetrating the defense and attacking the rim. They're just not settling.
Also, they're getting into the teeth of the defense. Points in the paint, something coaches always love to see.
So on the floor for Philadelphia, Tyrese Maxey out there with George. Then there's Kelly Oubre. Then it's Joel Embiid. And it's Edgecombe, and it's small forward. And Edgecombe gets it to go.
Sometimes young guys struggle feeling like they belong in the NBA. Edgecombe can put that aside with this performance.
Now here's Brunson. He has yet to score, and Towns throws it down.
It really does make the game easy for your teammates when you can lead them to the rim that well with the pass.
Here's George. Over in the corner, Edgecombe. The 3 ball gets number 9 to fall. He's only taken 10 shots.
That's what they really want to get from Edgecombe, a consistent stroke from the perimeter.
Oubre with the steal. And now the fast break, Embiid with the ball. And really deep through that time. Maxey's got the lead up to 12 now for the 76ers. Runs in the pass to Towns. And the dunk by Towns.
And you can tell this is a priority for Brunson. He wants everyone involved.
Outside Maxey. Shoots over Bridges. Back to Maxey. Just 5 on the clock. Here's George. The shot that time, not on target. Knicks have gone a nice 3 of 3 to start the second. 2 minutes now played in the second quarter. Brunson goes in, and the rejection by Embiid. Let's go to the sideline and see what Allie LaForce has dug up for us. Allie, take it away.
Well, Karl Anthony Towns is taking his rebounding to a new level in New York. He said, I didn't put all this muscle on for no reason. I'm going to keep playing physical, keep playing my game, and I'll keep demanding attention from every defense and then let the game play out. Back to you.
Playing physical for sure. Hey, Allie, thank you very much for the report. Brunson with a clean look. Oh, that's offensive interference. And now we're being joined by our 2K insider, Shams Charania, who's calling in with a good story. Shams, what do you have?
Well, guys, this summer saw the first ever 7-team trade in the NBA. You might wonder why it makes sense to involve so many parties, but basically teams have more flexibility, salary-wise, in these multi-team deals. It is enough to make your head spin, guys. This is where things are headed.
Big moves indeed. All right, Shams, we appreciate the update. Here in the second quarter, we've played a little over 2.5 minutes now. Bridges with the steal. Anunoby outside. Buries the long-range jumper. Anunoby's got it back down to within single digits for New York.
And what an assured player. Anunoby believes in his ability to shoot the ball off the catch.
Oh, taking it to the rack with power.
Hammering down the two-hand slam. Now here's Towns. Embiid with the steal. Oubre, left side. Wasted no time on that shot, but it's off the mark. The Knicks have gotten 4 of their first 5 shots to fall in the second quarter. Outstanding shooting. Drops in the tray off the fast break. Oubre's got 5 now.
A legitimate sniper from distance. Love seeing Oubre Jr. shoot it with such precision.
Towns for 3. It's hauled in by the 76ers.
A bit of pride at stake. Trying to get that last 3 ball back, but couldn't get it to fall.
Knicks trail by 14. Brunson outside. Puts up a deep 3. Rebound by the 76ers. Embiid's got his 4th rebound in this one. From deep, Maxey. Another 3 for Philadelphia.
So locked in from range, Maxey almost makes it look effortless.
Brunson kicks to Towns. Towns sets the pick for Brunson. Brunson for 3. Likes the look and drains it.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
And those are the kinds of plays that are just killing them right now.
The Knicks have gone 5 of 8 from the floor here in the second quarter. Over 60% shooting. Jacks up a 3. And again, New York with the triple.
And Brunson more than comfortable shooting the 3. And boy, is he efficient when he lets it fly.
Edgecombe. It's rebounded by New York. Towns has got 4 rebounds now tonight. Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock. Towns, a screen on Embiid. Pass to Towns. And Anunoby slams it in.
And you know, more often than not, when you're open, Towns will find you, a willing facilitator.
And here's George for 3. And so it's PJ Edgecombe making highlights for the 76ers. He comes away with 11 points in the quarter and is showing no signs of fatigue. We've got more in store for you right after this. Any different from the first two. So far, it has been a runaway. We're seeing a tremendous game from VJ Edgecombe.
No problems fighting his way to the rim in this one. A lot of points in close.
And you love that mindset he has going at the rim. He hasn't settled for anything, and he's been the aggressor all game long.
Up front, it's Anunoby at the 4 and Towns at the 5. Jalen Brunson out there with Miles McBride. And it's Bridges in at the 3. That's the group for Mike Brown as we get going here in the second half. Philadelphia leading by 13. It's deflected.
Great defense by Bridges. He has so much pride on that end.
And the foul is called. He intentionally grabbed him there for some reason. I don't know.
Kevin, all I can think of is that he's trying to slow the game down a little bit. That's a stretch, though. Definitely a strange move on his part.
Here's Edgecombe. The rebound by McBride.
He tried to get spicy and totally whiffed, huh? Okay. He's going to be living this one down for at least, about a week.
No problems knocking that one down. Towns has got 9.
And how about the confidence right there? Towns feeling like he can shoot whenever and wherever he wants.
Edgecombe with it. He's got 25. Embiid in the corner. Lets it go from the wing. Yes, that goes in. Embiid's got his second bucket.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flames.
Always plays hard until the final whistle, no matter what the situation is.
Now, here's Bridges. Still without a basket. Here's Edgecombe. It's rebounded by Towns. Towns has got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Bridges for 3. Hits the three-point bomb.
Look at that catch and shoot ability from Bridges. Not all forwards have that skill.
And it's out of bounds. The Knicks will take it the other way. And here's Brunson. He'll bring it up for the New York Knicks. 9-point game. Oubre against Anunoby. Oubre with the steal. They get a hand on it. Stolen by Anunoby. McBride on the wing. Brunson against George. Anunoby passes to McBride. The kick out to Anunoby. And Anunoby slams it in.
Oh, there's nothing more fun than putting a big guy on a poster. That is the definition of an aggressive play.
Pass to Embiid. The 3. Embiid showing his range right there.
You must respect Embiid's range as a defender. He'll make you pay every chance he gets.
And so Mike Brown calls a timeout. He made the decision to huddle up with his guys and talk about strategy. Knicks trail by 10. Brunson outside from past the arc. And it's Joel Embiid with the rebound. Embiid's got 6 rebounds here tonight. 1:51 left in the third. Here's Edgecombe. Offline with his 3. New York's gone past the three-point line for 13 of their shots. 6 of 13. Brunson, good.
That's his game. Brunson is dangerous from just about everywhere.
The 76ers leading by 7.
Oh, the officials are all over that one.
Philadelphia shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game. First one falls for him. And good on the second, so he makes them both. New York's gotten a positive outcome on 7 of their 14 three-pointers in this game. Not bad at all. George with the steal. And now Maxey pushing it up, and no one back there to stop him. Here's Here's Edgecombe. The 76ers again can't hit it.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
I'm sure they'll think twice about shooting against him next time.
Now, here's Anunoby. He's got 9. Back to Towns. An easy 2 points on the layup. Towns has got 5 points now in the quarter.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, offense comes really easy to Big Cat.
And timeout called by Nick Nurse. He's going to take this chance to talk to his guys. Maxey against Bridges. Now, here's Maxey. He's guarded closely. Outside, George. Shoots over Anunoby, and it falls over the rim and in. George has got 5 points so far.
And George, such a confident player. He's also terrific at recognizing when he's in his zone.
And Towns throws it down.
Yeah, he just punched the ticket on that one. That'll get the job done.
Powerful two-hand jam. Pass to Embiid. Now Edgecombe. Back to Embiid. 6 on the shot clock. Embiid owns the lane.
I tell you what, it's almost like stealing to watch how he plays the game from this seat.
Here's Towns, and Towns throws it down.
Well, I guess we could give him credit for not getting discouraged. They're still playing hard. He's doing his job out there.
And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers. And let's take this opportunity now to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
Just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball, and how about the perfect delivery?
A lot of times a spectacular pass is more impressive than a spectacular shot. This is one of those times.
The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. On the court for Philadelphia to start the fourth, they've got Paul George, Oubre out there with Edgecombe. Then there's Maxey, and it's Embiid in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. And looks like the illegal pick was set. Yep, that's right. That'll get their attention.
When a pick like that is questionable and creates that much of an advantage for the offense, you have to blow the whistle.
You gotta blow the whistle when it's that obvious. Great call there by the official.
The call will be against VJ Edgecombe. That is his first foul of the game. Here's Brunson. It's good from long range.
He's found his rhythm from deep, and you can see the confidence.
And, of course, it helps space the floor, which gives this offense more room to operate.
Edgecombe with it, defended by McBride. Stolen by Brunson. To take the lead, and the Knicks hit again from deep. And a breakdown here, guys. The hustle stats for New York.
Great heads-up defensive play tonight, creating offensive opportunities for themselves by forcing deflections.
And I'll tell you, the energy they've shown in the open floor, boy, it has been terrific, doing a phenomenal job converting in those situations.
Now here's Brunson. Kelly Oubre unable to get his last shot to go.
And you've got to give them a lot of credit for just battling back into this game.
And it's so much easier said than done, but now it's all about keeping that momentum going for them.
You know, the size, talent, and fearlessness of Towns is a lethal concoction, a prime-time player who poses many problems for the defense.
He was all alone on that one.
And with that three ball, he puts a halt to the 12-point run by New York.
The Knicks with the lead. First minute and a half of basketball played here in the fourth quarter. And that one's good. Brunson.
It's been like this all night for both teams. The offenses having their way.
Yeah, but I think it's going to come down to who can get the stops down the stretch, because that's who's going to come away with this win.
And we will have a timeout called by Nick Nurse. He's very aware of the timing here and the significance of getting things squared away with his team. Jose Alvarado, he's checked in for Miles McBride. Now we'll hear from Allie LaForce, and she's got a story for us, an update. Allie?
I had a chance to find out what Nick Nurse was discussing with his players. He absolutely held nothing back. He said, quote, "We know who we are. Let's be that." The plan is to play their game and let the chips fall where they may. Guys?
Thank you, Allie. Pass to Embiid. And Jose Alvarado is going to pick up a foul. That's his first foul. And we're about 2 minutes into the fourth quarter now. Maxey against Bridges. Here's Edgecombe.
Good footwork, good awareness, nice defense from Bridges.
And Brunson, here we go. Strong move off the glass. The 76ers trail by 6. Just under 2.5 minutes gone here in the final quarter. Here's Edgecombe. He's defended by Alvarado.
And how about making a play for his teammate there? Edgecombe showing his all-around game.
Now here's Brunson. Here's Anunoby. A huge two-handed slam.
Yeah, he's shown terrific control of the pace and the rhythm of this offense.
He's locked in with his teammates right now, setting guys up in perfect position.
And Jose Alvarado is going to pick up a foul. That's foul number 2 for him. Here's Edgecombe. He's defended by Alvarado. Now Edgecombe. Oh, what a play inside.
Wow, Edgecombe making plays when his team needs it most.
Brunson, it's good.
It's been this way since halftime. Tremendous production from beyond the arc.
In the modern NBA, you have to hit threes to win games, and they've made that adjustment since the break.
3, good.
And really, just when the fans were starting to get into this game, how about the silencer at the other end for a potential game-saving 3?
Now here's Towns. Towns sets the pick for Brunson. Towns outside. Here we've got Brunson. And Embiid with the block.
Love to see Embiid swatting down shots, taking advantage of his size and frame. And no doubt the ball is going to go to Embiid there. Needing a bucket, and he gets it.
Takes a step back. Anunoby is screen on Maxey. Brunson. Oh, the jumper goes.
And you can't get a bigger bucket than that.
What a huge play coming through when it matters most.
Edgecombe with it. Here's Embiid. Embiid powers it down.
Never one to turn down the big moment. Joel Embiid knocks it down.
Brunson fires. Embiid with the rebound. It's 9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. It's the first, and that narrows the gap to 1. And it's tied up with that one.
You can't have any more pressure on you than he had at the line right there. Shows you what he's made up as he's able to tie it up.
Now here's Brunson. Towns. Oh, the dunk!
And this is why he's a go-to option. Towns enjoys getting the chance to come up big for his team. This isn't a done deal yet, but they have got to move quick.
Yeah, they need to focus on scoring every possession and not turning over the ball.
They can't really afford to foul here.
And here we go. A coach's challenge has been...
After the review, the ruling on the floor is overturned.
Comes to some of the more difficult calls to make. Personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able now. A challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Brunson, he's off from three. So it's Philadelphia taking the W in a close one here. This win, such a tremendous emotional boost for them.
Really an accomplishment.
You have to expect they'll be relying on their front courts to get it done here.
Yeah, I think that's right, B.A. It should be an old-fashioned battle amongst the bigs. And whoever gets the edge in that matchup, I think gets the W. But we'll see.
The starters for Utah. They've got Yusuf Nurkic, Keontae George out there with Bailey. Then it's Williams, and it's Jackson in at the 4.
just such a terrific dunker.
Man, born to fly, that's for sure. To the middle. Tipped. Tries to save it. Outside Anunoby. Takes the three. The rebound by Jackson. And here's Jackson. He'll bring it up for Utah. Here's Nurkic. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
Yeah, in the paint, Nurkic can be a monster. He's got all the physical gifts he needs to dominate.
Anunoby, a screen on Jackson. Here's Brunson. And he buries that one. Back rim and in.
Well, when you have a scorer as skilled as he is, you do everything you can to get him the looks he needs.
All right, Grant, can you talk about what Jalen Brunson has brought to the Knicks?
You know, B.A., he's made them relevant again. New York can be a demanding place to play with the expectations and the media. But he's taken the bull by the horns and had immediate success.
Off the inbound. Oh, he muscles it in through the contact. They call the foul, and he's on his way to the line.
The way George handles the ball and finds ways to finish inside make him very dangerous.
And here's New York now. It's a 5-point game. Towns on a screen. Brunson looks it over. To the inside. It's stolen by Nurkic. Fast break, Utah. Back to Jackson. Pass to George. Jackson, the screen. And the dunk by Jackson.
Pretty basketball. George with the perfect feed.
Brunson against Jackson. Shot is up. And it's Brunson missing.
Well, I'm surprised that didn't fall for him. We know that's a shot he can hit, and there wasn't much resistance either.
Brunson against Williams. And that one makes him 2 for 2. He's in his rhythm.
And setting the tempo with an assertive move. Like, where was the defense on that play?
Well, when you are the aggressor this early, it is intimidating. What a powerful dunk by Towns, showing the rim no mercy.
Pass to Nurkic. George outside. Again, Utah good for 2.
They're simply not missing. Unreal.
Well, as a coach, this is when you enjoy what you're watching. Your team playing well and everything just flowing.
Oh, it's blocked by Jackson.
Well, his ability to sniff out these shot blocking opportunities really defines Jackson Jr.'s defensive game.
They're not wasting any time putting their stamp on this game. What a start.
Yeah, but you can't let up at all. They've got a chance to put this game away early, and they should take it.
Now here's George. He's got 5 for 3. Karl Anthony Towns comes up with a rebound. Knicks trail by 12. They've been having major problems offensively.
Definitely in a bit of a dry spell.
Brunson with the bucket.
You know, some threes look better than others, and Brunson's lefty stroke from 3 is a beautiful thing.
Utah with the ball after New York picked up the 3 with their last shot. George passes to Nurkic. George peels it out a bit. Jackson outside. Launches it from deep. And it's New York with a rebound.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. You just missed it.
Down low. Here's Towns. And it's Towns with the power finish.
I like that. Towns attacking the rim with intent.
Inside. Oh, swiped away. McBride with it. Guarded now by George. Fires the 3. Knocks it down from distance.
They've closed the gap over the last few possessions, but can they push through and grab the lead?
Well, with all the momentum they've built up, I don't see this run stopping anytime soon.
George's shot is off, and the Knicks with possession. It's been 8 unanswered for them. Now 8 seconds separating the 2 clocks. And Jalen Brunson gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul. Here's George. 5 points in the game. Shot clock at 6. And there's Bailey. That one's good. On the assist by George. Bailey's got 5.
Yeah, attacking in the lane. I like that. Bailey not just hanging out on the perimeter.
Brunson passes to Towns. Played it in with a nice touch off the window.
Attacking in the painted area. Clearly that was their game plan coming in.
And stolen by Brunson. The scoring is fast and furious as we end the first. Utah. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter in this one. All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Jazz?
Well, I like how they're going right at the defense, creating high-quality looks with that penetration.
Another thing that's gone well for them is the mid-range jumper. It's been falling with ease so far.
On the floor for Utah, getting going in the second. Jaren Jackson out there. Whoa, are you kidding me?
My goodness.
Whoa, Ace Bailey, he put that on his highlight reel.
Well, Grant, the 2025 season was sort of a return to form for Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, B.A., he just seemed more comfortable out there, right? Getting back to what his numbers used to look like and just playing with reckless abandon.
Now here's George. He's got 5. 6 to shoot. And he knocks it down. He's 3 of 5 now from the floor.
Just a gutsy play by George inside, finding the close range look.
To the middle. Here's Towns. Towns throws it down.
Putting that pass right in his stride. Didn't have to slow up and was able to complete the play.
And Nurkic throws it down.
Oh, the big man, Nurkic, from super close range.
To the paint. Here's Towns. Cat playing big. Oh, my.
Getting enough shots in close to play inside out.
And so George will bring it up for the Utah Jazz. To the inside, Nurkic. And Nurkic throws it down.
Oh, not the defensive effort they need to cut into the lead.
Boy, good call. You have to at least try to protect the rim.
Yeah, I'd consider calling timeout right away after that one. The defense has to be better there.
And he was camped in the lane there. He gets a 3-second call. Utah leading by 6. A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Hey guys, Mikal Bridges is very comfortable with his mid-range and in-between game. He said when it comes to the basketball court, it's not just the rims and the threes. You have the rest of the court too. Now, not everyone is effective with those middle distance shots, but Mikal always has been. Right?
He can knock him down. Thanks a lot, Allie.
Strong finish by Bailey. Here's a guy who wants to slam it.
Brunson against Jackson. Fader on the way. Rebounded by Bailey. They held a 12-point lead earlier, and so Will Hardy calls the timeout. He's going to talk it over with his guys. And when you're trying to slow down a great scorer, there are those shots you've just got to live with, Stan.
Well, look, B.A., you can't take away everything, particularly from the great players. I think when you're game planning, what you have to decide is just that. What can you live with and what do you want to take away? And you try to just make those great players a little bit less efficient. You're not going to shut them down, but maybe you can make them a little bit less efficient. Well, Towns is sort of a rhythm scorer. He's been in a groove tonight, and his team recognizes that. They keep calling his number.
And that's a foul called on OG Anunoby. That'll be a second foul of the game. There's a minute 59 left in the half. George with it. He's got 9. Pass to Bailey. Clock at 6. And the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
Attacking the rim with power.
Tremendous finish. Inside, here's Towns. The kick out to Brunson. That one's good, and it's Towns with the assist. 8 points for Jalen Brunson.
Pretty much the second Brunson gets the ball, he's into motion, and that's how it's done. Oh, nice one-handed jam there, B.A.
Hey, little exclamation point. To the middle. Oh, got a piece of it. Anunoby finds Brunson. Lets it go from deep. Rebounded by Nurkic. Utah leading by 9. George outside. Over on Anunoby. And the Jazz tack on 2 more.
Easy to see the kind of impact George is going to have in this league. Already so productive.
Down low. Here's Towns. And it's powered home by Towns.
A dynamic finish, then decides to hang out a little for good measure.
Yep, that's the exclamation point right there. Pass to Nurkic. George against Anunoby. From deep three-point land. George with another miss.
We all know he's a good shooter, but from that distance, I don't think so.
Oh, count it! Did that just happen, Coach?
That should be worth more than 3 points.
Nurkic passes to George. Back to Nurkic. Jackson surveying the D. The 3 is up. Connects from downtown. Jackson's got 5.
When you get faced up at one end, you want to get it back at the other.
A bit of a duel going on between them. Came down the floor looking for immediate payback.
And so that brings the first half to a close. Utah ahead, up 9. And we'll be back for the second half following the break. Keep it right here on 2K Sports. You know, Karl Anthony Towns has been exceptional here, guys.
Can they come up with an answer for him coming out of the half? They have to change something defensively.
Yeah, I'd love to see what they drew up in the locker room, because you're right. He's the problem right now.
The college trio outside. Brunson at 1 with Hart and Bridges on the wings. Inside, it'll be the dynamic pair of Anunoby and Cat. That's the group starting the second half for Mike Brown.
Yeah, every coach wants assisted buckets. Guys like George, they move the ball.
And stolen by Williams. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. Jalen Brunson picks one up.
Hey, if you can't block it, sending him to the line can be the next best thing.
Well, the son of an NBA player, Jaren Jackson Jr. plays the game with great instincts, particularly on the defensive end. You can see he learned the game growing up.
And it's Towns with the power finish.
Now, B.A., you know they would love for him to get more of those opportunities.
Well, that would cut into the deficit quickly if he does. Anunoby against George. Pass to Nurkic. Here's Bailey. He's got 11. The open shot, Nurkic. And that's good from 17 feet. Nurkic has got 10.
Continuing to develop his jump shot. Nurkic draining his shot has helped his confidence moving forward.
The kick out to Brunson. Launches it. Rebounded by Nurkic. Nurkic has got 5 rebounds in the game. And we're about a minute and a half in the second half. The kick out to Williams. He puts up a 3. And Anunoby pulls it down. Knicks trail by 11. Outside Hart. Pass to Brunson. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
He'll challenge any defender. Brunson going right after it inside.
Both free throws good from Brunson.
Well, he's been very good at the line, and we all know free throws can make or break you in the end.
And so Will Hardy calls the timeout. He's going to take a minute to regroup with his players. Jazz leading by 9. George for 3. Sinks it from distance. He's got 16.
Well, this is why George's coaches encourage him to keep shooting from deep, because they know he's only going to get better.
Here's Brunson outside. Oh, it's blocked by Jackson. To the inside. Towns. Boy, they had their chances. 2 offensive rebounds, but still coming up empty. And here's Bailey for 3. And again, it's Utah with a 3.
And with his size, Bailey can rise up over most defenders that are on him.
And Grant, when it comes to pure shot-making ability, scouts love Ace Bailey's natural tools.
Yeah, when he's taking good shots, he can carry the offense. Needs to get a little stronger and clean up a few things, but his upside as a scorer is tremendous.
And Mikal Bridges picks up the foul. That's his first foul of the game. On defense, the Knicks. Down by 15. George's shot is off. Brunson with it. Guarded now by George. Towns outside. 3-pointer. And again, the Knicks missing.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
There's no air space there whatsoever. That's as close as you can get without fouling.
George outside. Pass to Jackson. 5 on the clock. Shoots over Hart. Towns with a rebound. Towns has got rebound number 5 here tonight. Fires from deep. And Hart with a basket on the assist from Brunson.
Well, the efficiency is there, but not the volume. He needs to start doing this every trip down the floor to close the gap.
Williams against Brunson. Outside, Williams. It's Jackson, high post. And it's New York with a rebound. Hart from long range. Williams grabs the board. And Williams has got the ball here for the Utah Jazz. The biggest lead of the game, 15 points. Pass to Bailey. Jackson with a screen on Bridges. Kicks it out to Jackson. Nails it from beyond the arc. Jackson's got 10.
Wow, Jackson Jr. lightning quick.
Anunoby a screen on Jackson. And here's Brunson from the arc. Oh, and Jackson with the block. And Jalen Brunson gets the whistle that time. That's his 3rd foul so far.
I love great defense. Just quick to establish his feet, and he takes the hit.
34 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. George passes to Jackson. George against Anunoby. Jackson with a screen on Anunoby. George's shot is off.
Yeah, really unlike him to have this kind of game from 3.
Outside Brunson. And he hits the jumper. Brunson's got 4 points in the quarter. 9 seconds left in the third quarter of the game. Pass to Nurkic. Williams on the wing. From outside the arc. Oh, and he hits it at the buzzer.
Big-time shot.
And so it's Utah in control with a 16-point advantage heading into the break. They're getting quality looks, and that's why they're shooting at such a high clip. We'll be right back. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
Well, it's one of the core parts of the game. Reading the defense and creating an easy bucket for your teammate. That is pretty.
Well, there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. So the Utah 5 right now. Yusuf Nurkic is out there with Jackson. Then there's George. Then it's Bailey. And it's Williams in at the 3 slot. George with it, and it's Brunson picking him up. George passes to Williams. Jacks up a 3. The putback. Oh, he hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points. And the Jazz lead by 16.
Oh, phenomenal hustle. He has a knack for those boards.
Man, he is tenacious when that ball goes up. And an Obi for 3. They get it again. Utah's gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the fourth quarter. Pass to Jackson. Beyond the arc. And Anunoby pulls it down. Here's New York to the middle. Here's Hart. Now here's Anunoby. George defending. Anunoby on the take. Ooh, powered down with both hands.
Oh, yeah. That'll do it.
Wow, an emphatic two-handed slam. And so Will Hardy calls for the timeout. He clearly wants to talk it over and make sure everyone is focused. And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
I was able to listen in on what Will Hardy was going over with his team, and Coach reminded his team that leads can disappear quickly in the NBA. He said if we get loose and they make a few shots in a row, then this is a ball game again. Do not let that happen, he implored. Guys.
Thanks for that, Allie. Brunson passes to Towns, and it's powered home by Towns.
Well, sometimes you need more than just your stars, though. They've got to run something to get the other guys good looks.
And here's Bailey for 3. Oh, it doesn't go. And so it's Brunson who brings up the ball for the Knicks. They trail by 14. Brunson rushes in. Towns. Yes, sir! The finish with the jam.
I just love the strong finish there inside.
Man, he's got that dunker's mindset, doesn't he? Always ready to pounce. Jackson outside. Jackson with a screen on Hart. Bailey. Yes, sir! That one's good!
Oh, the shots are falling for Bailey tonight. His energy and focus on offense have been everything we hoped for.
Now Anunoby. Oh, a gorgeous feed. He hammered it down.
Good passing to set that up. Teamwork on display.
Now Nurkic. Jackson outside. Now Nurkic. 6 on the shot clock. He fires from 18. Yes! Locked in on the J.
And Nurkic focuses on taking high percentage shots. I like how under control he is on this end.
Towns. Rebounded by Jackson. Utah leading by 14. George! No good from 3.
Well, he's trying to shoot his way out of it from distance, but look, he's got to find something easier.
Here's Towns. It's stolen by Nurkic. Jackson outside. Now George. Nurkic outside. Now George. Bailey. Towns rips down the board. Knicks trail by 14.
Well, with a comeback out of range, we can put a bow on this one. Good performance for the Jazz.
They really had things going. Their offense carried them tonight, Graham.
Yeah, BA, tonight, simply they won the battle of the field goal percentage. I mean, it made all the difference.
And we get spoiled sometimes, but we should take a second to appreciate what a sensational performance this has been for Keontae George.
And he found a way to leave his mark on every facet of the game. His activity and energy were huge factors.
Yeah, they blocked out the noise, blocked out the distractions, kept on grinding, and this is their reward.
It is always a special feeling winning on the road. The degree of difficulty adding to that sense of accomplishment.
And that's a foul called on OG Anunoby. That's his third foul of the game. Now George. There's 18 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And they get it back. So we see the Jazz taking the W here. They have to feel good about this performance. It's one they can be proud of.
Very true. I mean, when you're
Say these teams are playing well coming in. Greg, that is certainly not the case.
Yeah, they are struggling. And tonight is a big-time opportunity. One of these teams is going to leave here with a much-needed win.
And checking out Utah's opening lineup. Bailey out there with George. Then there's Walker Kessler. Then it's Williams. And it's Jackson in a power forward. Now Kessler. After the missed three from Tyrese Maxey. Here's Williams. Whoa! He flew in there.
Wow! Oh, he's putting on a show for these fans.
I can't believe he pulled that one out in the course of an actual game. Now, here's Maxey. Can't hit the turnaround jumper.
And that was almost a block. Still did enough to alter the shot.
He didn't quite get a hand on it, but he did enough to affect the miss.
And Embiid throws it down.
And you do not want to be on the receiving end of that. Embiid throwing it down with some funk.
Kessler a screen on Maxey. Pass to Kessler. And Kessler throws it down.
My goodness, he is such a great dunker.
Greg, a high riser, no doubt about it. George against Williams. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
And you know, George is a tough cover. The length, the range, smooth athlete, very difficult to match up with.
Both good from the line that time.
And one of the responsibilities with being a great player is making free throws.
Maxey against George. And Utah again with the bucket.
Now that's a high percentage look when the D doesn't fight over the screen.
Yeah, and that's the effectiveness of the two-man game right there.
Now, here's George. Missed inside. Outside Williams. Out to the right wing. Jackson setting the pick here for Bailey. And finished off by Bailey.
And you got to clog up the lanes to the rim, or else the young legs of Bailey will take over.
Buries it from three-point range.
And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
George looking over the floor. And it's Kessler, top of the key. Jackson down low, covered by Oubre. 6 to shoot. Kessler a screen on Maxey. And George gets it to go.
And nice touch inside. George can finish from all 3 levels.
George against Williams. Puts up a deep 3. George missing again.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
George passes to Jackson. Kessler setting the pick for George inside, and that'll be 2 free throws. And folks, the coach's challenge has been initiated.
The ruling on the floor stands.
Now, where the officials can review in closer detail what constituted the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replays, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving at, and how fast the action really is, and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
George with the stuff.
Gives the team such a great element having a one guard who can get to the 10.
Certainly something every team wants to have.
And you can see how it energizes the entire team.
Philadelphia with the ball after the basket by Utah. George dishes to Embiid over Kessler, and Embiid the bucket on the assist by George. George has got 3 assists in the game. It's George on the wing. He has 6. Tyrese Maxey grabs the miss.
That's a missed opportunity, and that is one he would love to have back.
There's 45 seconds left in the first. On the wing, George. Over Williams. Here's Embiid. That's in, and he's now 3 for 3 and looking sharp.
And talk about effort. Embiid staying with that one.
Outside, George. And he makes good on the layup. George has got 8 points.
And really, it's been a major aspect of their offense in the early stages here. Their success working the ball inside and getting points from close range.
The shot by George, wide open. Hits it from 3-point range. He's got 8.
And this offense relies on George's range to space the floor, and he is one of the best at it.
To the inside, here's Kessler. And Kessler throws it down.
Whenever he gets that close to the hoop, he finishes with authority.
Paul George, he's been the guy making things happen for Philadelphia. He notched 8 points in the quarter and had... And it's been a pretty even game here after 1 quarter of play. What stands out to you guys from the 76ers in this one?
Well, they used the fast break to generate some easy buckets before the defense could get set.
Everybody in this league wants to run, but not everybody has the personnel to do it. This is a great start.
We've got Kelly Oubre, Tyrese Maxey out there with Paul George. Then there's Embiid, and it's Edgecombe in at the 3 spot. That's the group for Philadelphia to start the second quarter. Here's Embiid with force. Embiid takes it to him.
What a pass right there. Coaches love seeing guys making it easy for their teammates.
George in the post. He's covered by Maxey.
And we'll see if they can finally hold on to a lead. It's been back and forth all night.
Yeah, it's been a close matchup, which we expected, and this could very well come down to some big shots at the end.
George passes to Oubre and finished off by Oubre.
A powerful finisher, Oubre Jr. You deserve to get dunked on when you let him get inside.
And it's George finishing it off.
Oh, just solid on the one-handed slam.
And guys, when it's a tight ball game like this, he's the guy they want with the ball. And now, Allie LaForce has something for us from the sideline.
Thanks, Kevin. Tyrese Maxey trying to do it all for his team. He said, I think the biggest part is leadership. I need to lead by example and lead with my voice. I have to play well, and if I do that, I can demand respect with my play. But I really want to set a good example just by how hard I work. Back to you.
Great mentality. All right, Allie, we thank you very much. Oubre, good. And we've got our 2K insider, Shams Charania, on the line. Shams, what's the story?
Well, for all the anticipation around NBA expansion, we might have to pump the brakes. I'm told a number of team owners are a bit hesitant to further carve up the revenue from this new national broadcasting deal, so the timeline may take longer than some fans had hoped.
They'll get there for sure. All right, Shams, we thank you very much for that report. George finds Kessler. Launches a 3. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound. Right side, George. Here's Embiid. That doesn't go in. Had a chance, though, to take the lead. Jazz have gone 4 of 6 from the field here in the second. George against George. Here's Bailey. Jackson setting the pick here for Bailey. Great open look there. Bailey's got his second bucket of the night.
Well, the defense is going to try to shut down certain things, but it's impossible to deny everything. That's a skilled play right there.
And Embiid is right there. Embiid's got the game tied up here for the 76ers.
And really, beyond the skills, you see right there the passion Embiid has, displaying that killer instinct.
And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. This now will give him a chance to discuss some potential changes. Jazz have gone 5 of 7 from the field here in the second.
Get there.
Outside, George. Jackson, a screen on Maxey. And George, here we go. And it's George finishing it off.
Aggressive slash from the young guard. George fears no one when attacking the basket.
Over in the corner, Edgecombe. And a little under 3.5 minutes elapsed in the second quarter of play. And finished off by Oubre.
Whoa, that'll wake you up.
He is such a great athlete. From deep, George. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Embiid's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Maxey. And slam dunk by Maxey.
And don't sleep on Maxey's vertical. He's great at using it to hammer those down.
Jackson up top, covered by Oubre. It's Williams with the drive. The Jazz working the ball around now. And stolen by Maxey. And now here's George, the fast break opportunity. Maxey passes to George. Maxey feeling it out a bit. Oubre outside. 6 on the shot clock. Driving in, and he goes big with the dunk right over Walker Kessler.
And talk about putting some extra on it. That dunk was way over the top.
Close game or not, he's going to finish firm when he gets the space. And stolen by Maxey.
Yeah, take your time. You don't give them another possession.
Clock management is everything right here. Time and score are paramount.
George passes to Kessler. Here's Bailey.
Oh, nice.
Look at that. And how about just floating to the rim on that slam?
Boy, when he gets up, I mean, he gets up. And out of bounds as Utah gains possession. Here's Kessler. He knocks it down.
The ruling on the floor is confirmed.
And the teams are going to have to wait before heading to the locker room. They're going to bring out the monitor and see if he got that shot off in time.
Yeah, and at this point of the game, you know, some might say, hey, can't we just skip the replay this time around? But you just never know.
And that'll do it for the first half. A competitive game so far. 76ers lead by 4. Time now for the halftime break, with the third quarter soon to follow right here on 2K Sports. To the first, this one could go down to the last possession. Guys, it has been a clinic out there by Keontae George.
Yeah, it's been a great performance from him, really staying focused on quality shots.
There is nothing better than watching scorers get their points within the flow of the offense.
Getting underway here in the second half, here's Will Hardy's 5. Williams is out there with Jaren Jackson. Then there's Bailey. Then it's Keontae George. And it's Kessler in at the center position. We've known about Jaren Jackson Jr.'s defensive acumen, but GA much improved as a scorer as well.
Yeah, her range out beyond the arc and his handle, I think it's underrated. One of the top two-way bigs in our league.
Guys, we're not through 3 quarters of play, but 6 lead changes already in this one.
Yeah, competitive, and I think we all can agree that we thought this would be the type of game that would come down to the end.
Embiid is a monster in the lane. Wow.
Well, no question, Joel Embiid is page 1 on the scouting report. Maybe page 2 and 3 as well. He is a handful.
Pass to Bailey. And finished off by Bailey.
And whatever intensity was lacking there in the first half, you're seeing it on display here now.
Well, the margin for error is getting smaller, so the stakes on each possession are getting bigger.
Here's George. Kicks it out to Maxey. The shot's good on the assist by George. George has got his 7th assist of the game with that last one. George passes to Bailey. Kessler setting the pick for Bailey. Pass to Kessler. Outside Williams. 4 on the clock. Embiid with the steal. Now Edgecombe. Second half of play with just under 2.5 minutes gone. Rebounded by the Jazz. Kessler's got 6 rebounds here tonight. And let's go to the sideline. Here's Allen.
Thanks a lot. The Sixers are trying to pull it all together. Joel Embiid said, we still can compete for a championship, but this is going to take time. We have a lot of talent, but we still have to go out and actually do it. It's just hard. We've got a pretty good chance to accomplish something. Kevin, back to you.
It's all about health. All right, Allen, we thank you very much. And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. He's going to have a discussion on the sideline. So, Tim, I'm sure it's hard to pick one, but who would you call the most underrated player right now in the NBA?
Well, I think it's Pascal Siakam, and I have felt that way for a few years. I just think you're talking about someone who has great energy, plays both ends of the floor, and is a matchup nightmare because of his versatility.
And began kind of in oblivion. He had to play some time in the G League and work his way up.
Became the most improved player in this league.
Embiid inside, working on Kessler. 5 to shoot. The 76ers need to get off a shot. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time.
Well, I think that was a product of the pressure. Take your eye off the ball for just a second, and it can lead to a turnover.
Little under 2.5 minutes off the clock now here in the third. Here's Bailey. The dunk and the foul. A powerhouse move, and he's got a chance for one more at the line. That one on George.
What determination from Bailey, not letting the D get to him.
The 76ers have gone 3 of 5 to start the second half, developing a nice rhythm out there. And George gets the whistle that time. That's foul number 2 for him.
Yeah, really good defensive play to cut him off there and square up.
Jazz have gone 5 of 6 so far from the field in the second half. Tremendous efficiency. Jackson, a screen on Maxey. And George gets it to go. Now it's a 4-point Utah lead.
That's the kind of aggressive and assertive play they need as we get closer and closer to crunch time.
Philadelphia shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw shots of the night.
And just to mention, a season ago, they were very comfortable at the line, hitting about 78% of their free throws.
Maxey hits them both. Jazz have gotten 6 of their 7 shots to go down in this quarter. What a fantastic start to the half.
Well, whenever Bailey has it, Ace is looking to score. I love that in a young player.
And this is his 2nd trip to the line in the game. And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time. The 76ers trail by 4. Here's Maxey. And slam dunk by Maxey.
A pretty nimble guy. Maxey mixes up the defender with that dribble move to create space.
Shot from the top of the key. Good from the moment it left his hand. That makes him 10 for 14.
He must have visualized this one because everything is falling.
And he drives in. Here's Embiid. Embiid sledgehammers it home on the drive.
And check out Embiid's athleticism. Just because he's big doesn't mean he can't move.
Kessler setting the pick for George. Pass to Kessler. Bailey with the ball. Now defended by Embiid. Here's Edgecombe. And the dunk by Edgecombe.
Running the floor, Edgecombe made sure he wasn't getting caught on the break.
And Kessler throws it down.
Oh, and he went for the two-hander on the slam using some muscle.
Some urgency from him there. Sure.
Big hops from the backcourt.
Oh, absolutely. And maybe just what they need to get this game, GA, going in their direction.
It is nice to have a playmaker who can also get up and finish like that.
It's all tied in Philadelphia. And time to step aside. Well, what a terrific game it's been so far, with this 4th quarter sure to bring more pressure-packed basketball. And so it's Maxey who brings up the ball for the 76ers. They've got Edgecombe. George is out there with Tyrese Maxey. Then there's Kelly Oubre. And it's Embiid in at the center, locking down the middle. That's the group in the game for the 76ers. Kessler setting the pick for George. And there's the drive. And it's George finishing it off.
And he shows us all what the breakaway rim was invented for.
Can you believe he almost brought the whole thing down by hanging on that long? And they take the lead. And the 76ers lead by 1.
A Hail Mary for some, but Maxey makes the long shot look easy.
Bailey passes to Kessler. Hits the layup after the sweet pump fake to freeze the D. Boy, right down to the wire here. Still anyone's ball game.
Yeah, and after all the energy both sides have expended, both teams still hungry for the and that's about the worst defense I can imagine a team playing coming down the stretch.
Well, I'm surprised because he's a guy you have to key on for something like that. You can't let him get one that easy.
Outside, George. Kessler, a screen on Maxey. And George, here we go. And the layup falls. George has got 24 points.
And great intensity here down the stretch. He's not one to shrink in the moment.
And that is great leadership. He certainly has that clutch gene that every team needs.
The 3 from George. Kessler with the rebound. Kessler's got rebound number 7 for him tonight. George passes to Kessler. On the wing, George. He's covered by Maxey. George with the bucket.
And how about the grit and determination in the post? I mean, essential qualities to have late in a close game.
And that one drops for him.
And with how explosive Maxey is, he's not your average guard in the paint.
And Will Hardy is called timeout. He's clearly intent on wanting to lock in and make sure everyone's on the same page. Right now, let's take a moment here to catch up with Allie LaForce on the sidelines.
Over that last break, I got a chance to hear what Will Hardy said to the team. They said in the huddle, this is it. No excuses. Let's figure out a way to win. A couple of players spoke as well, firing up their teammates. A great ending could be in store, guys.
All right, Allie, thank you so much for that. Now, Jackson. Clock at 6. Got it to go off the glass.
And he is a huge presence inside at both ends. Jackson's a great asset to have in the post.
Here's Embiid. Outside, Maxey. Oubre sets the screen for Maxey. Missed on the 3.
Not quite enough defense that time around. Just lucky he was off.
It's George on the wing. Knocks down the 3.
And developing that 3-ball shot, George is putting in the work now.
We've got 1:55 left in the fourth quarter of this one. Into the lane. Whoa! What a play!
Wow, Edgecombe making plays when his team needs it most.
George against Maxey. All right, here's Williams. Kessler, a screen on George. Now Kessler. Williams outside. Bailey fires. Up again. Hustles for the rebound and guides it back in.
You know we talk about it all the time, guys. Those second chance buckets, always the result of that extra effort.
Now Oubre. Outside Embiid. Here's George. Embiid sets the pick for George. Crane from outside.
And guys, George takes pride in hitting big shots. Just get him the ball and let him do his thing.
Now Kessler. Now Bailey. Lays it in off the window.
Remember that one, guys, a difference maker.
What a big-time shot. Those are the moments you dream about as a kid.
Embiid sets the pick for Edgecombe. From outside, Bailey pulls it down. And George gets the whistle that time. That's his 4th foul of the contest. George! Jumper is off.
Well, the defense was daring him to take that shot, and it paid off.
Embiid with the steal.
No time to waste on this possession.
They're going to have to act quickly right here.
Jackson against Oubre.
You know what? Smart foul. You got to try and extend the game.
So the first one drops, and that puts them up by 5. So he goes 2 for 2 at the line, and it's a 6-point ball game.
Those free throws are the nail in the coffin, guys.
And the 76ers call time here. There's 10 seconds left to play in the final quarter. What do you think we're going to see coming out of this timeout?
There's still a sliver of hope.
And it has to be a quick hitter. There is no time to waste.
Embiid with a screen on Williams. Now Embiid releases. Good. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Tyrese Maxey. That's his first foul of the game, and the bonus will go to the free throw line. Good on the first, and that puts them up by 5. So he gets them both, and it's a 6-point ball game. And so it's Utah with the win. This was a hard-fought, well-earned victory for him, Greg. They really had to work for this win.
That's a good point. I mean, weaker teams might have buckled at the end with the crowd amped up, everyone in the building kind of rooting.
Wednesday night's NBA action here on 2K Sports. Along with Hall of Famer Doris Burke and Grant Hill, I'm Brian Anderson. Allie LaForce joins us from the sidelines. Now, New York starting five. Inside, it'll be the dynamic pair of Anunoby and Cat. Miles McBride is out there with Jalen Brunson, and it's Bridges in at small forward.
Oh, an easy look, but he decides to be a crowd pleaser. I'm sure he's upset for attempting that one.
Three-pointer. Gets the three ball to go. Doris, how excited are you for this front court matchup we have in front of us tonight? Two of the best in the game.
BA, I've had this one circled on my calendar for some time. The front court matchup is absolutely special. Two big-time guys.
Wow, VJ Edgecombe. I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot of these highlight reel plays over his career.
Inside, here's Towns. And it's Towns with the power finish.
He can really read the floor. Precision pass in rhythm.
About a minute played here so far in the first. And the officials will call the illegal screen here.
One of the trickier plays to judge, but it would be hard to argue against the call.
It is really difficult to get your feet completely set, to stay completely still. It's almost surprising to me that it isn't called more often.
Now here's Brunson. To the paint. And he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for two.
I love when Karl Anthony Towns is aggressive to score and willing to embrace the contact.
New York shooting their initial free throws of the game here. One of the most exciting teams in the league, Doris, the New York Knicks.
BA, there's a saying that the NBA is better when the New York Knicks are in the house and they are good. How about the resurgence over the last 5 years? They want to win now, and that rabid fan base is eating up all this success. We call that, folks, the stop and pop. Jalen Brunson with the pull-up J.
Here's Edgecombe. And he converts the layup. Edgecombe's got his second basket of the night.
I love this approach. Getting him involved early, and it's already paying off.
They know that if this guy goes off, their chances of winning rise exponentially.
Brunson against Oubre. Brunson passes to Towns. Let's go with a three.
And there's never been any question about the value of Embiid's defense. And as one of his teammates, it's a great feeling to have that kind of defender beside you.
And George with the jam.
He's undersized for a 4, but his hops level the playing field.
To the middle. Here's Towns. And it's powered home by Towns.
You call that moving with intent and purpose. The big-time finish by Karl Anthony.
Here's Edgecombe. George outside. Lets it fly. Out of bounds. It'll be New York's ball. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Well, I had a chance to talk with head coach Nick Nurse. Well, Coach had nothing but praise for Jalen Brunson, and he said he spent a lot of time watching Jalen. His words were, it's not easy for a player his size to dominate like he does. It speaks to his drive and his ability to outthink his opponents. Coach holds Brunson in high regard. Brian?
And Allie, thank you for that. Anunoby passes to Towns. Oubre with a steal. And now the Sixers on the break. Stolen by Anunoby. Here's Towns. And it's powered home by Towns.
What you see is continued improvement in his ability to create for others. Great to see OG Anunoby make the open read.
And Embiid throws it down.
Willing passers, unselfish play. You have to appreciate this kind of offense.
Towns passes to Brunson. Towns a screen on Maxey. Back to Towns. Yes, and a nice assist from Brunson. Towns has got 9 points.
Don't you love how Towns' hands are always ready to receive the pass? Terrific job on the pick and roll.
Here's Embiid. And then Embiid with the dunk.
Great job on the back end of the play.
Yep, finished with both hands, making sure of it. That one's good for 2. He's got 5.
Generously listed as 6'1", Jalen Brunson knows his way around the inside and painted area. Look out.
Here's Edgecombe. Pass to Embiid. Outside Oubre. Shot clock at 6. Drives to the hoop. And it's New York with a rebound. End of quarter management here. They can go 2 for 1.
Make the math work in your favor.
Let's remember this is 6'8" with some hops. OG Anunoby with the dunk.
Here's Edgecombe. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Edgecombe. Knicks leading by 7. Now 5 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. And here's Brunson from the arc. The rebound by Embiid. For Philadelphia, they've got 6 of 8 shots to go. And another miss by Philadelphia. Brunson finds Towns. And it's powered home by Towns.
Attacking the rim with power.
Tremendous finish. And stolen by Brunson. It'll count. No good. Would have counted had it gone. Well, offense is the order of the day as the first quarter comes to. We welcome you back to second quarter action. Plenty of basketball left to play, but this one has been one-sided so far. All right, before we move on, what do you guys think about what we've seen from the Knicks?
It's all about the strong inside-out game in the first period. It really helped them get some clean looks down low.
It is great when you can get that established early because to me it opens up every other aspect of your game.
We've got Maxey, Kelly Oubre out there with Edgecombe. Then it's Joel Embiid. And it's George in at the 2. That's the group on the floor for Philadelphia. Here's Edgecombe. Down low. Here's Oubre. Oh, and that one had the right spin on it. It's good. Oubre's gotten his first bucket of the night.
You see the athleticism and the length. Oubre able to get his shot off inside. That's a high percentage look for that young man.
Here's Towns. Oh, Towns disregarding the D.
And trust me, when the D's slow to react, he'll be the first guy to make them pay.
And that's typical of this guy. He's always reading the situation, reacting quickly, and capitalizing.
Hits a three-pointer.
And still working on this part of his game. If Edgecombe is able to stretch the floor like that, watch out.
Brunson against Maxey. And the shot goes. Brunson's got 7.
And just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
One thing I enjoy is watching players who don't pay attention to the score. You lock in on the moment and play the right way.
Now, B.A., you know they would love for him to get more of those opportunities.
Well, that would cut into the deficit quickly if he does. Pass to Anunoby from behind the arc. Yes, and a nice assist from Brunson. Brunson's got 6 assists here tonight.
OG Anunoby increasingly dangerous with his jumper. Nice catch and shoot opportunity there.
And the rise of Jalen Brunson has been fun to watch, Doris. No one saw him being this good.
I would count myself amongst those people, B.A., and it's extraordinary. Jalen Brunson has proven highly effective, all league level effective, without having elite athleticism or size. And what that speaks to is his intelligence on the basketball floor. He has proven without those 2 qualities that you can be effective at the highest levels of the game. You have to admire it.
Here's Brunson after the Sixers picked up a basket a moment ago. Kicks it out Towns, launches a 3, and the Knicks another 3.
This is a big who we know stretches the floor to great effect. Mr. Towns from 3.
Here's Edgecombe. 11 points in the game. And there's the drive. Oh, he elevates for the slam. Jalen Brunson on the receiving end.
Playing from behind, it's amazing he chose a dunk with that high a difficulty rating.
Yeah, no question. That was a stellar move with plenty of swagger. And so Mike Brown decides to call a timeout. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. New York leading by 10. Towns outside. This one for three. Basket is good. Off the assist from Brunson. Brunson's got his 9th assist of the game now.
Now that Towns is rolling, boy, you just deliver the ball on time and on target, he will do the rest.
Here's Edgecombe. 13 points in the game. Ooh, look at Embiid converting in close.
That's been the story of their offense so far, getting a number of looks from point-blank range.
Towns passes to Brunson. Towns on a screen. Brunson with it. Picked up by Embiid. The kick out to Brunson. There's the triple. They grab their own miss. Lets the three fly. And Brunson won't miss many of those.
That's business right there. Jalen Brunson, the catch, shoot, and on to the next play.
76ers trail by 14. Here's Edgecombe. Takes the three. Ooh, now 7 for 9 after that make.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
And you would expect nothing less from these two, taking pride and making plays.
And it's powered home by Towns.
Oh, that's a strong finish. And Karl Anthony Towns will go to the line, try to put the cherry on top.
All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for New York?
They've done a great job facilitating shooters. Their early game has seen a lot of hot passes and has kept the defense guessing as well.
The other thing that's gone exceptionally well for them tonight is the shooting they've displayed from beyond the three-point arc.
And here are the Knicks now. Philadelphia getting their last shot to go. Brunson against Maxey, and that one's good for Brunson. Brunson's got 7 points for the quarter.
Yeah, don't be fooled by the height, guys. Brunson is a terrific finisher inside.
Pass to Embiid. Here's Edgecombe. McBride covers. Embiid inside. Towns on him. Drains the triple. Maxey's gotten himself going here. His first points of the game on the deep ball. And Brunson's got the ball here for New York. Towns a screen on Maxey. Towns outside. 4 seconds left. Towns too strong.
Boy, he's been unconscious this quarter. I love the confidence he's playing with.
And that'll be Philadelphia's ball as it goes out of bounds. Sixers able to keep the possession. The three, George. Oh, he got it up in time, but it wouldn't fall for him. And so we wrap up the first half. Okay, Allie, appreciate it. And folks, we'll be back after halftime to begin the third quarter. Game becomes the route that it's threatening to be. You know, Karl Anthony Towns has been exceptional here, guys.
The numbers say it all. He spent the first half playing efficient ball.
I think they've taken their time. They've showed incredible patience. It's a sign of a well-coached ball club.
Checking out the group from Mike Brown to start the second half. Anunoby plays the 4, and Cat is the center. Jalen Brunson is out there with Miles McBride, and it's Bridges in at the 3, the small forward. Now here's Maxey. He's covered closely. Well, Grant, offense is trying to stretch the D to the breaking point, but it goes beyond just three-point shooting.
Yeah, there's how you position on the perimeter, but, you know, then you also want that vertical spacing, too, where you have a lob threat at the rim.
Knicks leading by 15. Here's Brunson. A tad short, but it's good off the front iron. Brunson's got 14 points.
I think in today's NBA, you've got to be a three-level scorer. The midi is good for Jalen Brunson.
Here's Edgecombe. Oh! And he takes that one up and powers it through.
BA, forget about attempting the long-range three to cut into that lead. Just attack the rim, my man.
And coach doesn't like the call at all. He's opting to use his challenge.
The ruling on the floor stands.
We've seen so many of these personal foul calls still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls, but at least we have the option to take a second look so the officials can be sure they get it right. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And the first one at the line is good.
And this guy is exceptional from the charity stripe. You want a guy like Karl Anthony Towns who can knock these down as a big.
And here in the second half of play, we're just over a minute in. Here's Edgecombe. 20 points for him. And he slams it in one-handed.
That'll be a move to remember. Wow.
Yeah, great creativity in the air. To the inside, Towns. And it's Towns with the power finish.
And an excellent job distributing the ball tonight. You can really see his feel for the game.
And that's been his role pretty much from the opening tip. Get the ball to guys where they can score it.
Knicks leading by 17. Brunson passes to Towns. And it's powered home by Towns.
Here in the second half, they've just found better shots.
And I think what's happening is they're getting their shots within the flow of their offense, and you can clearly see the difference.
Here's Edgecombe. McBride covers. And there's the call. It's going to be an illegal screen.
One of the trickier plays to judge, but it would be hard to argue against the call.
It is really difficult to get your feet completely set, to stay completely still. It's almost surprising to me that it isn't called more often.
And that one's good. Brunson's got 4 points this quarter.
Everything is dropping for them. Just a terrific third period run.
And I think it's been all about their offensive efficiency, shooting the lights out in this quarter.
He was grabbing the rim to extend the hang time.
Hey, maybe making sure the landing was kinder than the takeoff.
Come to me, come to me.
Inside. And there's Towns on the assist from Brunson. And it's 36 points for Karl Anthony Towns.
You get to see on display how Jalen Brunson has become this dynamic force offensively. Nice use of the pick and roll.
Wow, the athleticism on full display there.
Man, just incredible hang time. There's the three. Offensive board. 76ers trail by 19. And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
Thank you. Basketball is a beautiful game, but Commissioner Adam Silver said the most important part from our standpoint is ensuring that there's always competitive tension on the floor. Fans like the physical aspect that comes with this game. We don't want that to be lost. Guys, back to you.
Keeping that edge. Thanks much for the report, Allie. And so it's Brunson who brings up the ball for the New York Knicks. To the inside, here's Bridges. Towns into the lane. No good with a layup. The 76ers have gone 4 of 6 from the floor in this third quarter.
Oh, big finish! Oh, did you see that? Yeah, again, Edgecombe with a bucket. A glimpse into his potential. He's got serious promise. He is the story for them offensively and a big reason why they're ahead.
Philadelphia has gone 3 of 5 from the perimeter in this game. Screen by Embiid. Here he goes.
Yeah, whenever Edgecombe sees a lane, he's gonna take advantage.
New York leading by 17. And he commits the intentional foul.
I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
There's 39 seconds left to play in the third quarter here. Kicks it out, Towns. Lets it go from deep. Embiid knocks it loose.
You have to be aware of Embiid at all times. He's an outstanding shot blocker.
32 seconds left in the third. And that one's good. Brunson.
This guy is on fire right now. Defense has got to step up and try to disrupt his rhythm.
76ers trail by 19. There's 21 seconds left in the third quarter. Kicks it to George. Back to Embiid. And Embiid throws it down.
It's fun for us to sit back and watch him go to work, but that's our job, not the defense's. They left him too open on that play.
Brunson finds Bridges. Another possession, another assist. That's another dime from him.
He's tallying them up fast, B.A.
And the ball out of play. The Knicks will have it.
Well, one guy's thinking zig, the other zag, and it's nothing good resulting.
Here's Towns. And it's Towns with the power finish.
Earning his money on the interior tonight. That's a nice move.
And as we conclude the third, pretty much a blowout here. It's been a one-sided affair. All right, let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
You talk about painting a magnificent picture with that, Don. Just a great decision and a perfect delivery.
We call that putting it right in the pocket, and he knew what to do with it once it was there.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same for the first 3 quarters. We've got Kelly Oubre, George out there with Maxey. Then there's Edgecombe, and it's Embiid in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. That's the group in the game for the 76ers.
They're one of the most well-rounded players in the game. Embiid is also a top-notch trash talker, too. I mean, he knows how to get under the skin of his opponents.
And here's Brunson from the arc. And the Knicks, another 3.
Woo! That man is laser focused. Now, that's bad defense for a team that has a long way to go to catch up.
Well, credit the offense, though. If you're going to come with casual defensive effort, this team's responsibility is to take advantage, and they do.
Yeah, Embiid can throw it down from anywhere. So much power for the big fella.
And here's Brunson from the arc. On target from range. Brunson's got 6 points in the quarter.
Here in the second half, they're really focused on stretching the floor.
And guys, boy, when you're hitting, it sure does work. It obviously opens up major options at the offensive end.
Listen, he's carrying his own weight, there's no doubt, but it is very hard to win a basketball game by yourself.
Towns on a screen. Puts up a 3. And again, Jalen Brunson for 3. Brunson's got 15 points in just the second half. Philadelphia's gone 3 of 5 from the perimeter in this game. To the middle. And Embiid throws it down.
Flat out dominant. Joel Embiid having his way tonight.
Towns a screen on Maxey. Here's Brunson outside. And again, New York with the triple.
They're really employing a deep range initiative here in the fourth, and it's working.
It feels like they have worked their perimeter game to perfection, swinging the ball, cashing in from the outside. What a performance.
Here's Edgecombe. Good. And the assist to Embiid. Embiid's got 3 assists now in this one.
He's scoring the rock at will, but he needs more help from his teammates.
Buries it from 3.
Yeah, he's in his bag from beyond the arc right now. You see his confidence.
And I think the defender knows once he gets cooking, look out. The bucket looks awfully big to him right now.
Oh, it's stolen by Towns. Here's McBride. And again, New York with the triple. And an important part of every team's game. A look at the hustle stats for the Knicks.
Well, their D has been a major story tonight. I mean, those steals and putting pressure on the ball, clogging the passing lanes, impressive.
I think it's also important we have to acknowledge how many scoring opportunities they've created from their spectacular defense, getting a bunch of points off turnovers.
Absolutely ruthless. He's not about to start showing mercy now.
Well, when it's closing time, he's trying to lock the door. He's been going all night.
Now here's Brunson. And Tyrese Maxey gets the whistle that time. That's his third foul of the game.
It's just a bad foul. You gotta be smarter than this.
There's a minute 54 left in the fourth quarter. Here's Brunson outside. From downtown. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. Embiid's got his fourth rebound in this one. To the paint. And then Embiid with the dunk.
Yeah, I like the way that Edgecombe plays. He looks for others first. A rare trait for a rookie. It's safe to say they have dominated this game. The game wasn't even as close as the score says in a great win for the Knicks.
And you don't usually see this kind of blowout, but tonight they delivered the punishment.
I mean, what's so impressive is they never wavered in their approach. They just kept at it and showed they were without a doubt the better team.
And when you look at the game, the one thing that helped fuel this team to victory was the efficiency for Karl Anthony Towns.
You love this guy's confidence. He believes every shot is going in, and boy, a whole lot of them did.
Puts up a deep three. The shot misses. Philadelphia has gone 3 of 5 from the perimeter in this game. Outside Maxey. And down it goes. Jam that one home.
Well, they needed this run way earlier. At some point, it's too little, too late.
Yeah, but then again, this run came against a team that may have felt it had already won, and you get the sense it let its guard down.
And they came in here with some attitude, and it brought out their best play.
And I couldn't agree more. What makes it that much more impressive, they're doing it on the road.
He flashes to the rim and is met with no resistance.
There's 25 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter. Clock at 6. Fires away from way outside. Can't hit that one.
And that closeout certainly made a difference.
Well, no question. He altered that shot, and most of the time, that's just as good as blocking it.
And so it's the Knicks taking care of business in this one. A statement road victory.
Big men inside, Clark. Both teams with talented front courts.
Well, these teams rely heavily on their 4 and 5 guys, Kevin. It's going to be, I think, a lot of fun to watch. So keep that isolated cam on the paint area. That's where most of the action is going to take place.
So the New York starting 5, the 2 forwards, Bridges and Anunoby. Miles McBride out there with Jalen Brunson. And it's Towns in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Now, here's George, driving inside, and George with the stuff.
Aggressive slash from the young guard. George fears no one when attacking the basket.
To the paint, and out of bounds as Utah gains possession. A former Jazz big man, Carlos Boozer, among those in attendance here tonight.
And he was a 2-time All-Star with the Jazz. His strength and ability to finish over either shoulder made him such a tough cover inside.
Now, here's George. Fires the 3. Knicks with the rebound. About 1 minute into the first quarter. So, Clark, let me ask you, what makes Karl Anthony Towns stand out as a perimeter big man?
Well, I think first and foremost, his shooting ability for a big guy is unique. I mean, he can shoot it with the best of three-point shooters and from deep. Not many big guys can do that. He can put it on the floor. He's an excellent free throw shooter. He can shoot shots off the dribble as a big guy. And he can go old school and play bully ball. So, I mean, you factor in that combination of toolkit, that's pretty impressive for a guy that's almost 7 feet tall.
New York moving the ball around. Bridges finds Brunson. Anunoby is screen on Jackson. And it's Brunson missing. For Utah, they've gone 2 of 3 here to start out the game. And George, here we go. Count that one. George has got his second basket of the night.
And nice touch inside. George can finish from all 3 levels.
Brunson, that's a 2-pointer. Brunson with another miss.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
And, guys, that's exactly the kind of high-impact defense they want to see out of him.
Nurkic kicks to George. The shot is good, and so is his shooting tonight, 3 for 4.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. It's not there.
Man, can you always depend on him or what to lead you to the right place with that pass? Money.
And George with the stuff.
And he gives that rim a good tug on the way down.
Well, that's how you drive your point home right there.
He's lucky to get away with that, though, guys. I mean, it could have earned him a technical for hanging on too long.
Now, here's Bridges. Fires from 14. Nice jump shot. Good.
A legitimate threat to burn you from that mid-range. Bridges recognizes when he should take that shot.
And this has got to be, Clark, one of the best offenses in Knicks franchise history.
Yeah, you look at the 2-man game between Brunson and Town, Kevin, and it's virtually unstoppable. And they've got the defenders to hold up at the other end as well. This is a rock-solid crew.
So, Clark, when you talk about Deuce McBride, how would you best describe his game?
An energizing presence. I mean, he brings great energy at both ends of the floor. He can knock down threes, plays with a real pace and fearlessness that injects energy into his team when he's on the floor. He's a great guy to have out there because he can really produce points in short stints of playing time.
And developing that 3-ball shot, George is putting in the work now.
Brunson with a clean look. Trying to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. Jazz leading by 3. Outside Jackson fires for 3. And Karl Anthony Towns pulls it down. For New York, they've gone 4-7 from the field, shooting over 50%. Brunson the pass to Towns, and Towns throws it down.
Boy, look at the big fella elevating when Towns goes to the rim. He's doing it on and with purpose.
George, that's a 2-pointer. Nurkic against Towns. 5 on the clock. Here's Bailey. Here's Nurkic. And it's good. Assisting on the play was Williams.
That is good offense, unselfish play.
Knicks trail by 3. To the middle. Out to Brunson. Nurkic with the steal. It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. And Jackson gets it to go.
And he's proven he can make this shot. Jackson, the D has to respect his range better than that.
Brunson the pass to Towns. Nurkic with the steal. Now Williams. Jackson setting the pick here for Williams. Off target from three-point range. Stolen by Jackson. And so it's the Utah Jazz with their lead standing at 6 points here at the end of the quarter. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far, halfway through the first half in this one. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown so far for the Jazz.
A lot of high motor play from them in this one, allowing them to kind of charge through the defense and find good looks.
In addition to that, they've thrown their weight around inside tonight, too, thumping and bumping in the paint. A lot of their points have come from inside.
Here are the 5 New York has to start here in the second. The 1-2 punch of Anunoby and Towns are inside for him. Jalen Brunson out there with Miles McBride. And it's Bridges in at the small forward position. On the wing, Williams. Defended by Bridges. Williams dishes to Jackson. Williams with the steal. George looking around. Shoots over Anunoby. Used the shot fake to create the angle, but couldn't get it to fall. Here's McBride. That 3 off the mark.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Here's Bailey, and finished off by Bailey.
I like Bailey attacking the rim at that size.
Get there. Brunson against Jackson. Down low. And Anunoby slams it in.
And way to finish and cut into that lead a little bit.
Yeah, but look at the basket, guys, still shaking.
Well, I tell you what, he loaded up as much power as he could behind that two-hander.
Bailey passes to Jackson. That's basket number 2 with his 3rd shot off to a fast 2 for 3.
And he is a huge presence inside at both ends. Jackson's a great asset to have in the post.
The shot's good from Brunson.
And if you're the guy who has to guard him, it is never going to be an easy night for you.
2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. And with the trend, Greg, toward a faster pace, do you miss watching those grinded-out half-court battles that enthralled millions during the Jordan era?
Well, I miss playing more than anything, but as far as watching, the game for me is as good as it's ever been.
And Jaren Jackson picks up the foul. That is his first foul of the game. Brunson, left side. Outside, Towns. A shot's good on the assist by Brunson. Towns has got 6.
Towns is so dangerous in the paint. He's got the ability to just muscle through most any defense.
George, that's a 2-pointer. It falls for his 7th bucket of the contest. He's 7 for 9.
Pick works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
Yeah, that's not the defense you need. You got to be tougher defensively.
Brunson finds Towns, and the dunk by Towns.
And, you know, you got multiple options with this guy coming out of the screen. He can go pick and pop on you. He can go pick and roll. Towns can hurt you either way.
And George, here we go. Anunoby sends it back. And he'll shoot free throws here. Clearly fouled on that shot that time. The whistle blowing. This is his first free throw of the game.
And how about a year ago? 82% on his foul shot, so he was reliable when he went to the line.
Guys, I thought he got into a groove last year at the charity stripe, and I thought he maintained it deep into the season as well.
And Towns throws it down.
Well, you got to respect and admire the focus of Towns. I mean, he just doesn't get rattled. He just stays with it, embraces the challenge, and keeps coming.
Clark, how about the spark Jalen Brunson has brought to these Knicks?
Yeah, I tell you, I didn't see it coming in terms of how good Jalen Brunson has been, Kevin. I mean, I knew he was great in college, and I knew he would be a good pro, but to be kind of a franchise player, that's more than I expected. Playoff runs in all 3 years for Brunson in New York. Boy, he's given the franchise a jolt for sure, and he's a joy to watch.
Brunson kicks to Bridges. A shot's good on the assist by Brunson. Brunson's got his 8th assist here tonight. And so George will bring it up for the Utah Jazz. Their biggest lead of the game was 9. Takes it inside. It's rebounded by Anunoby.
That's not the type of opportunity he fails to convert very often.
Brunson against George, and it goes down 2 points. Now just a 4-point Utah lead.
Great jumper there from Brunson, living off that mid-range.
Pass to Bailey. And he uses the glass on the layup. Bailey's got 6 points in the quarter. A chance at a 2-for-1 if they want it.
If I'm them, I try it.
Here's Brunson. The kick out to Towns. Anunoby with the screen for Brunson. Brunson stays agile and finds his opening inside.
And man, can Brunson get going in a hurry? He's got his fingerprints all over this one.
Jackson setting the pick here for George. Good on the triple. George has got a pair of triples in the second now for the Jazz.
And he's really made the most of his opportunities today. I mean, he needs to keep working for those kinds of looks.
Brunson surveying the D. And Anunoby slams it in.
Really crisp, intelligent passing to make that basket possible.
I mean, the number of points they've scored in the paint already here is eye-opening.
And so it's the Utah Jazz heading to the bench with a 7-point lead as we wrap up the quarter. They're pounding the ball inside, and that's where they've gotten their best production tonight. And we've got more on 2K Sports coming your way after this break.
Close.
Yeah, you know what, guys? They gave him too many free runs to the hoop in the first half. I think they've got to be a lot tougher on him. Body him up. Be physical with him.
Bailey out there with Keontae George. Then it's Jaren Jackson. Then it's Williams. And it's Nurkic in at the 5, roaming the paint. And that's the group for Will Hardy as they begin the second half. And the call is going to be, yes, it is, an illegal screen.
Beyond the leaning, you could see his feet weren't set on that screen. Easy call.
Yeah, I agree. You know, sometimes that can be a tough call for the refs to make, but not that time. It was easy there.
George against Anunoby. Jackson a screen on Anunoby. Shot clock at 5. Williams against Brunson. Pass to Anunoby. Back to Brunson. Anunoby with the screen for Brunson. 3-pointer. And with that shot, the Jazz lead is cut down to 4 on the bucket from Anunoby.
And what an assured player. Anunoby believes in his ability to shoot the ball off the catch.
George against Anunoby. Here's Williams. Oh, and the jam by Williams.
You gotta love his aggressiveness to finish inside.
Well, his leaping ability gives him a great advantage.
Fellas, that's exactly why they look to get him the ball around the rim. I mean, it's either a dunk or free throws every time.
And here comes Jackson leading the fast break. And he drops in the layup off the glass. And it's an 8-point Jazz lead.
And that's what they want to see out of Jackson, getting out on the break and just busting it up the court.
And McBride gets it to go.
This team really feeds off of one another in terms of their energy.
Perhaps the case simply that some kind of motivational speeches at halftime got both of these teams fired up.
Out left to the wing. Pass to Bailey. Launches it. Second shot opportunity, and Nurkic lays it in. Nurkic has got 6 points.
And just a massive player. Nurkic's combination of size and strength helps him on that offensive glass. Well defended that time. He's a shooter that the D has to close down on quickly when he's ready to pull the trigger.
Nurkic a screen on Brunson. George with no one around. Off target there. That would have pushed the lead to double digits. Here's Bridges driving the lane.
And sometimes you just get a step on the defender. Bridges saw an opening there and exploited it.
George passes to Williams. Here's Bailey. Back to Williams. From deep. Drills it from outside. Williams has got his third basket of the night. Knicks trail by 8. Inside, here's Towns, and Towns throws it down.
Nice setup. Excellent team basketball.
Here's George driving to the basket. Goes up and lays it nice and easy. George has got 25 points.
And that's his MO. Sometimes he can score more points by himself than the rest of the team.
Oh, Brunson from way outside.
A deep shot there by Brunson. You got to admire how confident that young man is.
Bailey. The shot's good on the assist by George. George has got his 4th assist in this one. Here's Brunson. He's got 16. Anunoby kicks to Brunson. Over to the left wing. Towns, the pass to Anunoby. Towns down low, looking on Nurkic. McBride's shot is off.
And even with good coverage defensively that time, he has confidence to drill the 3.
Williams looking over the floor. Outside Jackson. The tray. It's rebounded by New York.
And no need to rush this. Let the clock run down.
Yeah, don't give them another possession here.
Here's Brunson. Nice concentration to hit the double clutch layup. Brunson's got 5 points in the quarter. George against Anunoby. And George, here we go. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. Mikal Bridges picks one up.
Yeah, way to play in attack mode and get to the line.
And, you know, the defense gets their money's worth on that foul, stopping the layup and not giving up the and one. When you send somebody like him to the line, it's pretty much easy money.
Brunson, that's a 2-pointer. And a great show through 3 quarters as we enter the 4th. Who will carry the day? And while we can now, let's take a look at today's State Farm assist of the game.
And he sliced the D wide open with his feed. They had no chance to prevent that basket.
Yeah, that's just a brilliant read of the defense. I mean, it was also excellent anticipation of the movement of his teammates before the pass. Just great harmony on all sides.
And this is it. Glad to have you along for this 4th and final quarter. Setting the floor for the Knicks. Up front, it's Anunoby at the 4 and Towns at the 5. Miles McBride out there with Jalen Brunson. And it's Bridges in at the 3 spot. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. And a moment now to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from here for Utah.
They're still slashing and attacking the rim, and the defense yet to make the adjustment and keep the ball in front.
Boy, they showed no hesitation on the mid-range game as well. I thought that was really a big key for him.
Jackson setting the pick here for George. Plays it up and banks it in. George has got 5 points now this quarter.
Well, he's been doing it all night. Why not go back to it?
And no let-up in him either, guys. I mean, he wants to continue to expand that lead, and as long as he's the one taking the shots, that lead's going to expand.
Back to Towns. Out to Brunson. Good, and the assist goes to Towns. Brunson's got 21.
And Brunson more than comfortable shooting the 3, and boy, is he efficient when he lets it fly.
Nurkic a screen on Anunoby. Anunoby against George. Pass to Bailey. From deep. It's rebounded by New York. Towns has got 6 rebounds here tonight. Towns a screen on Nurkic. To the middle. And Towns throws it down.
Look, how do you come up with a strategy to defend Towns on a night like this? I'm anxious to see you try.
Back to George. Stolen by Brunson. He's all alone. Here's Anunoby. And another assist.
That makes 15 assists.
He's been one step ahead of the defense all game long. George with the drive. And that time also a missed shot. For New York, they've gone a perfect 4 of 4 to start the final quarter. Can't ask for anything more than that. George with the steal. Now Williams. Just a little under 2.5 minutes have passed now here in the 4th. A 3-pointer. Good.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
Well, I'm going to credit the screen. I mean, that's a good, strong pick he lays there. Man, how about the cool, calm, collectedness of Towns? Helps him come through when the game gets snug.
Bailey, he answers with a dunk of his own.
Monster bucket from Bailey. It's the rookie now stepping up.
Now Towns. He jams it in.
Incredible reverse throwdown. Excellent body control.
And guys, I'd even go as far to say that was a punctuation dunk.
Memorable. Keep that one in the career highlight reel for sure.
Nurkic against Towns. Nice use of the glass on the finish.
And the swag Nurkic plays with, it's infectious. He doesn't back down from taking a big shot.
There's Brunson from deep.
And he lives for the moment. Brunson playing his best during crunch time.
And George, here we go.
Just the kind of play they need in a game this close.
You know, that's the kind of aggression they want from their floor leader.
And it just forces the defense to pay more attention to him, guys, which we know can open up things for others.
Wow, look at the damage this young man is doing from deep. And there's another one.
And it's a big one. What a performance from long range. Remarkable.
And you want him taking big shots for you in big moments. That one was as easy as it gets.
Well, you don't want to give him any open shots at this stage. Never mind a layup. Come on now. My goodness.
It drops.
And you can't get a bigger bucket than that.
Well, that was want to. He wanted the ball. Nobody else was taking that shot.
Now Williams. Outside, George. Let's lose a 3. Knocks down the 3.
Defensively, you can't back off him that much. You don't want to give up easy threes at this stage of the game.
Jackson against Brunson. Towns a screen on Jackson. Puts up the 3. The shot is off. 23 seconds left to play here in the fourth. George against Anunoby. Puts it up from deep. Rebounded by Towns.
And it's all about the three right here.
No doubt. I mean, the next shot has to be a three.
For three. And he does not hit. And so it's Utah who's scraped by with a win. That was a fun night of basketball and fabulous.